been around, getting a little bit here and there with classics. A little bit of damage, but not too bad.
Not done too badly there. Taken one more kill away, so 3 orbs towards his ultimate going forward into the half. Not like he's going to have that going into the first gun round, though. So Varel going to have to get it done the old-fashioned way. No ultimates to aid them in the anti-bonus. But if the anti-bonus does go well for them, then maybe things will build up from there. Great start for Full Sense, though. Now playing the defensive side of their map pick with a double senti. I mean, Varel has opted to start the attacking side first, not knowing what kind of comp they were going to be attacking into until you load into the game. And in this,
now he's kind of alone. Team not really there with him just yet.
He's got the reload off as well. I don't know. You wouldn't want to be hurting in that man's direction if you are Varel. They're going to make their way back towards grass. And once again, Jit Boys, the Dragon Judge is looking hungry indeed.
Yeah, it is Jit Boys and Primi. Walking into this close contact Judge. There could be hell to pay. Oh, doing such a good job with the initial drone first. Jit Boys tries to evade it by walking the cage on a slight timing. He's got teammates around him as well. Unfortunately, will go down. But Varel still looking to push through. A little bit of a walk here and there, and he will spot out Cruz. Most of it being smoked off as well, but there's a call to get the spike delivered over onto C instead.
Pivoting with the sober recon there. Down goes Killua. Some of these players are so low, but Varel have still got through the first gun round with 4 rifles, and they've earned themselves the run it back. That was a round where things were kind of just balancing on a nice edge. Could have gone wrong at a couple of critical junctures. You speed up into the Outlaw on the C side or run into the Judge a little bit lackadaisically, and that could have been a nightmare scenario, despite the fact that it starts so well with a very nice entry from Klaus. A little bit of spam to double up. The duelists getting in the mix nice and early on here for Varel. Really well worked.
Maybe a little bit risky, but it's a good sign after all, and we will take those. Varel starting things off. Slight recovery 1 to 2, and what is this? Tech pause?
I'd assume it's a tech pause this early on.
Different music, yeah.
Unless you're really thinking, you're really thinking as Full Sense that you want to be playing it around the run back as much as possible, but 100% it is a tech pause. So things out for a moment. Talk a little bit about more the mind games of this Haven matchup, because as mentioned, you talked about Full Sense not playing this this map for quite a while. They've played a lot of different maps in the map pool, and they've opted to change things up and pick Haven into a Varel that have also already played this map and had to show 24 rounds of play against T1, but they've changed up their comp. So both of these teams, I mean, that is the unique thing about Valorant and prepping for these kind of games, is that you can change up your comp on the fly, and you have to be a bit more adaptable. For a Full Sense who was thinking, okay, they're probably feeling reasonably confident about their Haven. They would have felt like, okay, we should have beaten T1. That was a 13-11 game that they kind of threw away a little bit with some antics. I think of LP jumping around on the Judge quite a bit on the Cypher and maybe giving up a few too many rounds
Cinder
on the defensive side.
Back then.
Yeah, he had a good game. He had a good game for himself. Klaus and Zexy also had some pretty rough games. Like, I really felt like that was a winnable game for Varel. So it's interesting to see them swap their comp up going into this particular map.
I mean, with all the meta discussions, this feels like a welcome change. Of course, we'll have to wait and see. It's very similar, in fact, actually, to the PRX comp, what Varel are playing right now. The only difference being Cinder on the Astra versus Forsaken on the Omen.
Yeah, they did play a bit of Astra as well. They were kind of changing up their choice of controller a little bit. Obviously, Yoru is not a thing anymore, so you're not playing the double flashes. People are playing like Neon Phoenix a lot at the moment. It is just kind of the comp of the hour. I think this is one of the most common double duelist setups you're seeing across a lot of different regions, because Neon is still
Phoenix.
Neon's still very strong, but Phoenix, I think it just makes sense. Like, it just plugs and plays in a lot of the, situations you would put the Yoru in. You just need a duelist with flashes because you've been playing that style for such a long time. You need a duelist that snowballs ultimates, just like the Yoru does. Obviously, you can't be everywhere. Okay, I don't know what that was, but...
That's a streamer.
okay, cool.
Thai streamer, but yeah.
You know ball quack?
A little bit. Not really. Game-wise, I don't know ball. Streamers, maybe a little bit here and there. Siblings, we're familiar with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, okay, so this is where I do get a little bit curious as well, though, because while we haven't seen Haven too much from Full Sense, this comp, we have seen it before, but that was in a different meta as well. I mean, like, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think you can. I think Deadlock's been a little bit underutilized. You've only really been seeing Global play it, but I think it is still a very strong agent, and I think that's what's happening at the moment. You're seeing a lot of agents and what would you call them, classes?
Yeah, sure.
Initiators, you know, getting tuned down a little bit, and I think as a result, you're seeing a lot of the same agents that haven't had those same changes applied to them pick up a little bit more popularity. Kind of bringing a bit more equilibrium to the choices of what you can put together in the game, which is what I was interested about, because I think a lot of people, me included, expected every game to be a Neon Waylay mirror going into this stage, but we've seen quite the opposite of that. Seen more diversity in terms of agent picks than in quite a while.
Might even want to start to move away from the Waylay because we got changes coming in next week.
Well, first gun round here, Full Sets have had a lot of time to digest the fact that they are playing against a run it back from Varel. Initial dark cover and the guiding light to try to secure control of A lobby, but nonetheless, LP feeling bold enough to walk his way in there. You can see very much that Varel is anticipating some kind of aggression here, but they're not going to get it. Full Sets are set up for a quick B here. They've got some kill trips over on that C side as well as the drone goes into garage.
Oh, it'll be fine. I don't really mind this. Especially keeping our eyes on those trips and traps, sonic sensors towards the A side as well. Varel not seeing too much, thinking to aggress with run it back over onto B site. Just players from C link though, from Full Sense, trying to push in with quick contact. Cruz will be able to get the first heads up duel.
Didn't get it. Zexy pushed away for the time being. The good news is when you die with a runner back, you don't drop the spike in position. Does go back to his body there. We'll see the pivot back over to LP, who has lurked his way up A, but will be spotted by the guiding light of Killua. Tries to speed up, but gets hit by the sonic sensor.
Still undetected for now. Killua could still come up huge and serve up more frags. There goes the third. Hello. Outside of the little smoke as well. He's going to do well to recover the spray pattern onto Suna. Last one remaining, Cinder. What does he have in store? No way. Okay, turns around just in time, but then you gotta watch out for more players, buddy. Permi out towards the top. He does well to kind of bait and tap out a reaction. Tries to get the transfer onto Jit Boys, but it wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, I was worried about the spacing there from Full Sense. There was a chance if Cinder hit the shot of his life, recovering onto that player peeking out spawn side, that he could have clutched that. This is just vintage Killua at the moment on the Sky. This guy is phenomenal. I think in some of these games, I'm not going to lie, this guy's looking like the best player on Full Sense. Like, I know that's sacrilegious, because Primi exists, but this guy is getting phenomenal output in the initiator role. He is by far the best frag initiator that we have in this league right now.
It's a fair statement, yes.
Fast A take here from Varel, who have gone from the half by quick pace.
Mất ngủ nhiều quá anh em ạ. Tôi nằm mãi không ngủ được.
Has avoided that recon dart nicely.
Thế nên là dạo này anh em mới thấy tôi hay bị
bị
on stream muộn đấy.
Không
phải vì tôi lười hay gì đâu. Mà thực sự rất là khó ngủ ấy. Nhưng mà khó ngủ hơn thì chắc là Varel. Trong Varel mấy trận gần đây bắn chảo với vị đéo rồi.
And it was always a half buy from Varel anyway, but
everybody was so blind. I don't know what they got blinded by, because Leviathan still has his paranoia. Nice shot.
Hello anh em nha.
He's trying to pluck a few more guns out of the hands of Full Sense, but so far only Leviathan going down. Don't think that Full Sense are going to be too upset about that. Zuna on the off angle here, just trying to take one more gun away. And Primi going down does make things a little bit more interesting, but this is a very nice high-low construction.
Trông ngửa dái vãi lìn chả có gì.
4-1 on the defense.
Yeah, cut and dry. I mean, we'll have to look at the replay. Maybe it was a flash from Killua or...
Killua 72.
He didn't get the sound cue, so what did he get blinded by there?
Zexy team flash, maybe?
Zexy team flash.
No? I don't know.
No, because he had like the what looked like he got blinded by the paranoia, you know? So I'm just a little bit confused about that.
Or the Seekers actually hit them.
Oh, the Seekers hit him. The Seekers
hit him.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. I mean, contact play that close, you didn't have a chance to react to this.
Ngày thi đấu hôm nay thì thật ra là nếu mà ngoài PRX ra thật sự là tôi nghĩ là không đáng có gì để xem anh em ạ. Ba cái tên Full Sen thì anh em gọi là lưỡi gọi là cố để xem hả? Còn lại thì Và RRQ cũng không phải là một đội được ưa thích, mà Secret chắc chắn là đéo phải rồi.
Peeks through, actually finds the frag onto Zexy.
Yeah, Cinder is still in play here on the lurk, in towards grass. Full Sense need to deal with him before they tackle this retake head on.
Mình còn nghĩ RRQ thành Apex thứ 2 không thắng được game nào không á? Chả cần phải nghĩ họ như thế anh em ạ. Ý là nếu mà có một đội mà không thắng được trận nào, tôi nghĩ đấy là Secret. Không, tự nhiên hôm nay Secret thắng nhỉ, thì vãi cứt. Hai trận ngày hôm nay ba Nugu khó nói chuyện. Đừng có xem lại trận của Team Helix hôm qua không á. Nếu anh em đều biết thì thật ra là tôi nằm trên giường tôi vẫn xem lại trận đấy nhá anh em nhé. Dạ, cảm ơn chú tể quý vị 36.000 nhá. Em Tumi ăn rồi ạ.
Tumi ăn pìa, 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 Tumi ăn pìa.
Bây giờ Varia không lên được 11 50k, ok nha Milico giờ mới. Chắc là cũng không lên được thật. Trông bắn này vô vị. Này có China không á? Này không có anh em ạ. China bắn xong vòng ấy rồi. China bắn xong 5 lượt rồi anh em ạ. Họ bắn xong playoff rồi. Bây giờ họ sẽ break một chút để họ chuẩn bị cho giai đoạn playoff. Họ bắn xong group stage rồi, bây giờ họ chuẩn bị bắn xong playoff. Mà quan trọng là bên đấy họ sẽ chuẩn bị đổi meta, tức là bên Trung Quốc họ bắn thông 5 lượt. Họ bắn thông 5 lượt luôn. Thì 5 lượt đấy đều dùng meta cũ anh em ạ. Mình có đọc được tin cậu Kenzera bị ban chưa? Lên bài nhanh nhất Việt Nam. Sáng nay không ngủ được, 7 giờ là thằng dậy đăng bài. Đăng bài nhanh nhất Việt Nam anh em ơi. Nói câu đấy là biết chưa live fanpage. Đùa. Đùa Kentic ơi. Đăng bài sớm nhất Việt Nam.
It's incredibly difficult to attack into it as Varel. Yuzuna has to do a lot of work with the darts. They got to really work their way in.
Right? Drone, check everything as much as possible, but now you're healing contact from Paranoia. A little hinder here and there.
Cậu Bim Bim chạy tốt.
That was his own teammates. Cruz pushing them away. Leviathan's found LP, so unfortunately the tour de force hasn't.
Ryu đéo hiểu sao chết.
Zexy singing a different tune though. Nice little wall bang in towards garage, and now you get the beat pivot from Varel.
They've broken the trip, but Killua's lying in wait. First,
sao?
The second.
Gập bố Killua. Vô vị anh em ạ.
Leviathan will have his little
break out the red panties. We're rich baby.
Nguyễn Đức Phương đã ném 20.000.
Cảm ơn Nguyễn Đức Phương 20.000 nha. Ngon.
CK yêu coi giải tới sáng.
Hôm nay là đến sáng rồi.
Had quite a few pretty one-sided victories so far in this stage of Pacific.
You know, this is where I get a little bit worried though, Pilly. I mean, yeah, full sense.
Nói chung là thằng Ken thì nó cái vấn đề của nó là nó vi phạm điều khoản thôi. Thì cái đấy thì Envy họ làm theo luật thôi anh em ạ. Nhưng mà quan trọng là Riot ban hơi căng. Đồng ý là đúng là thằng Ken nó phạm luật, nhưng mà nói chung là thằng trẻ con thì nó cũng mà không nói là trẻ con được, bây giờ cũng gần 18 tuổi rồi. Cũng gọi là nhận thức đầy đủ rồi. Chung là sai vẫn là sai anh em ạ. Có gọi là nói gì thì nói, thì tiếc cho một thằng nó thực sự là có tài thôi. Sai chắc chắn là sai. Chung là nếu mà nói về gọi là racist ấy, thì thật ra cái đấy thì đôi khi ở trong game, tất nhiên là tôi không bào chữa nhá, Nhưng mà cái đấy ở trong game là một cái điều gọi là xảy ra rất nhiều, kể cả ở khu vực C chúng ta. Nhưng mà chẳng qua ở đây thì chúng ta không làm căng cái vụ ấy lên thôi. Đấy là nói một cách nghiêm túc thì nó là như thế. Nhưng mà ở bên gọi là THEO thì thật sự là nó căng thẳng hơn hẳn. Nhưng mà tôi không hiểu sao. Tức là tôi cũng thấy nhiều bài ở trên mạng, tức là họ nói về cái việc là về cái độ toxic và gọi là có hành vi gọi là đấy, thì thật ra cái nít còn kinh hơn. Thì cái đấy thì tôi cũng phải công nhận là thằng chó cái nít là thằng chó cực kỳ toxic. Nhưng mà nó cũng chỉ là phạt khoảng tầm gọi là tháng, đôi tháng, 3 tháng. Quả kênh này căng anh em ạ. Làm phát 1 năm hơi nặng.
Okay, I mean, a big point of discussion for Varel was always we want to see them play to
quả kênh này làm quả 1 năm hơi nặng anh em ạ. Thật sự. Nếu mà bảo là 2-3 tháng hay là 6 tháng thì thôi ok, mình còn gọi là hiểu rồi đó. Mà ở đây vụt quả vậy 1 năm.
The setups are very annoying to attack into. It's hard to get clean execution onto the sides. That's the truth of it. And with full sets continually changing the setup, you have no film on how they like to play this comp, unless as a coach of Varel, who wasn't involved in the league at the time, went back and went, oh, they used to play Cypher Deadlock, and here's how they used to play it. And I
phạt cho đủ tuổi bắn á, tháng 6 nó đủ mẹ tuổi mà.
It's terrible. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast.
No, it was very different. They had like a very specific thing to counter like Yoru TPs towards the FA side.
Yeah. So look, it's hard to work this out on the fly. That's the truth. You load into the server, you're attacking into double senti, and that's the main point of focus that we're choosing. But it's double senti. And you've got a lot of nice flash setups. You've got Primi, who's liable to walk at you and take aim tools.
Đúng rồi, vụt này là khoản 2 rõ rồi gì nữa.
Who doesn't care? He's just going to run at you. He's on the sky.
Nói chung là cũng có nhiều luồng ý kiến trên mạng anh em ạ. Có người bảo là mẹ thằng Xích như này như kia, sao Riot không ban này kia đi. Tôi thấy buồn cười thật. Nói chung là xong rồi thật ra cũng nhiều quả mẹ tắt gió theo mưa phải không? Có cái quả tin nhắn ối rồi ôi của cậu từ thủa đéo là có người post lên. Ông buồn cười ấy luôn, đúng không? Khi mẹ mày khi phất lên thì mẹ mày khi phất lên mẹ mấy nghìn anh em mà xuống cái thôi mẹ nó bâu nó cắn kinh thật.
What does Varel have? If I can ask that question. Or what do they need to have?
They've got a cool logo.
Okay, come on, Billy.
What do they need to do? I mean, they're kind of already working the map and doing their due diligence, breaking a lot of these trips. Maybe they just need to simplify it. The problem is that
chung là mình thì gọi là no comment về cái vụ đấy anh em ạ. Gọi là sai thì phải chịu, nhưng mà ý là công nhận là quả làm quả phát 1-5 này hơi nặng. Giờ bao nhiêu trong số những thằng pro NA dám đứng ra bảo là tao chưa bao giờ nói năng gọi là mất dạy như là thằng cu kên đâu. Thì có.
I don't know, man.
Gotta work the map.
It's you do have to do your due diligence, kind of working the map a little bit.
Oh my god, look at the sonic sensors this time around.
Oh, he dodged it. He picked the trip up.
Oh, and he's placed it right back. Even with the flash going through, at least they
Resile.
down Varel. Run it back being spent as well. It is, however, a buy with the rest of them on sheriffs. At least they do have spike plans.
LP một máu, ok tốt.
The runner back to get the spike down. Now you have to win the post plant. Cosmic is there for Cinder.
Is it gonna be good enough? I don't know if you're gonna place down the Cosmic Divide for a round like this, but you'll still give it a try anyway. Headhunter shot.
Bìm chết trước ạ, nếu hiểu.
Killua starting his rampage. But it's still like sheriff shots now. Suna finding a double so far.
Mấy thằng Vu Sai Tiến không biết chơi game à?
Has slipped through to more defensive positions. Nova Pulse here and there, or is that a grab? Well, either way, Killua still trying to pick his fights. He's not going down. He won't have the defuse at this point, but he's done quite a bit of damage. Cinder picks up the kill at the end.
Yeah, that is lovely from Varel. That's exactly what you want to do. Run it back, fast play into C, deal with the trip with a nice shock dart. Forces it to be replaced by Jip Boy.
Nói chung là cậu em Kane khả năng cao một là chuyển game anh em ạ. Khả năng cao một là chuyển game, hai là bây giờ đéo biết chuyển game gì cơ.
buy enough time to play the spike.
Thằng ấy bây giờ chuyển sang game chó ấy. Bây giờ ở NA còn game gì sống? Marvel Rival à? Rival no hope. Dog shit game.
Audio
Not gonna
shout
lie.
fighting for them as well. You love to see it.
Yeah,
You got LP on an op.
first of many that will be needed, and as you mentioned, LP trying to get in the pole position to find a pick. They're changing up the attack a little bit more now. Hunter's Fury and Cosmic are still both in play. In goes the Trailblazer from Kahlua, looking for some information. He sees at least 3 players there. That's a big read for Full Sense, but 0 rotation. I mean, they just trust this A hold.
Sensors, man. We'll see how Suna possibly clears them out for now. A second smoke drawn out.
Yeah, you again have the Seekers here for Kahlua.
CSNA no hope.
If needed to try to help this site hold.
Apex NA no hope luôn.
Starting to make a move.
R6 NA may ra còn có tí vị.
Leviathan has a paranoia as well. You can just peg that through the A-Link wall.
Barrel's not hovering anywhere else. Are they
Sự nghiệp vậy gọi là đi chưa á? 1 năm thì cũng căng đấy anh em ạ. 1 năm kể thì cũng căng đấy, bởi vì là nó bị mang tiếng hiểu không? Cái quan trọng là bây giờ một thằng bị ban thì liệu có tổ chức nào chứa chấp không? Cái vấn đề nó nằm ở cái đấy. Chứ không phải là nó có trình hay là không, anh em hiểu không? Bọn NA nó cái vụ gọi là tiếng tăm này quan trọng lắm.
Angles help by Primi, Killua, and Leviathan, and they are just torn to shreds.
You were thinking that Varel was brewing something there, walking up behind the blaze wall. They get an entry in. They know where the player on short is. I mean, they know that he's tagged up courtesy of the Hunter's Fury. They read that setup for exactly what it was.
Hiểu quả đấy, mày clip ném cái tường đéo đấy nhỉ?
That is so unlucky. Primi and Killua
Tường chôn à?
collapse in half a second. I thought Varel was actually on for a round there. That's rough, man.
Caution here.
Klaus is trying. It is what it is, though. You keep moving. It's going to be Primi with an op this time, and he's looking to walk down C.
And misses his opportunity. Barrel once again looking to simplify and just speed up into C here, but there are kill trip. Oh, Klaus has hopped over it.
Is this going to turn into a firing range for Jit Boys now? He tries to track over onto Klaus, and then
Jit Boy bắn con Cypher vẫn nét nhỉ?
Yeah, I mean, the reactions are so good. The Paranoia hits 1 to 2 players. The Grabnet hits 1 to 2 players. The Saturate goes straight into the cage and catches Klaus. Nice shot from LP.
Thằng LP bắn vẫn ghê.
But he'll need a little bit
Nhưng
more
mà
where that came from.
Chamber gặp người Thái Lan thì bọn này thích bắn nhau. Vô vị.
I don't know. I use an iPhone.
What's an emoji?
I think on Discord it's the colon grimacing. The one with the teeth where you're baring your teeth.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It's like that. That's how I feel. I'm like sucking in air through my teeth, like ah.
Yeah, that's
Last round in the
kind of how it's going for
Nói chung
Valve.
là
They're making it on
tôi
to
thấy
some of these situations,
cái
but
mấy cái quả
that's
gọi là
success.
phất lên một cái mấy nghìn anh em xong rồi mẹ mày xuống một tí chó bu vào cắn thì tôi nghĩ là cảm giác là phải xem lại cách sống ấy anh em ạ. Xem lại gọi là vòng tròn bạn bè ấy. Như cá nhân mình thì thật ra là mình cũng là cái tuýp người gọi là không quan tâm đến nếu mà bị cắn cũng không quan tâm lắm, nhưng mà kiểu tôi cũng không phải là cái người sẽ kiểu kể cả tôi biết người ta có làm cái gì sai tôi cũng không nhảy ra tôi cắn lòng cái đéo gì anh em ạ. Thổi tắt ngọn nến của người khác không làm mình sáng lên, anh em hiểu không?
So a bit of a standoff while he hears the drone outside of garage as well.
Wow.
He sits down.
LP trận này bắn vào mặt của Bim nhiều phết. Ra có khi thắng 9-3 maybe.
Trip does get placed, so Jit Boys could try to punish somebody coming over onto backside there, but Klaus hasn't tripped it just yet. Oh, good opener from Jit Boys.
Bao Jit Boy bắn quả clean vãi cứt.
That was one tap. Well, Cinder trying to lurk all the way towards the back of spawn. Will he catch the timing against Leviathan? No. Cosmic Divide was put down at the very least. Might allow for Zexy to slip around the back of the crack.
2 more off of the run it back as the guiding light does push LP off the line for a moment. That's
Sao thằng LP bắn nó bim ghê thế mà bắn các cái cặc vậy?
Easy retake for Full Sense.
Ê, cái
Not a lot exciting happening for Varel.
Varel nó bắn như kiểu là chủ chưa bao giờ chơi trò Valorant luôn đấy.
It's their map pick after all. Still, even with the comp change coming in for Varel, you would have hoped to see just a bit more.
Well, this is what, I mean, I've said it so many times, I feel like a broken record, but again,
I know.
they have gone into the server thinking, yeah, we're going to play such a sick attack. Like, here's all these cool things that we can do. But now you're playing full senses game. When you load into the server.
Coi vlog mới của RRQ chưa? Tí coi, tí hấp thang. À, tôi thật ra là mình tính là như này cho một công đôi việc anh em ạ. Nếu mà mọi người không biết thì mình mình editor của mình sẽ edit lại cái clip mà mình reaction cái trận đấu của RRQ. Thì tiện tay trong một ngày mà vừa gọi là edit VOD của RRQ thì edit luôn mình reaction vlog, thế là được. Đúng không? Đấy là một công đôi việc anh em ạ. Tối ưu chi phí sản xuất. Đấy là tính toán của người làm sản xuất anh em ơi. Tối ưu chi phí sản xuất. Quay hết trong một ngày.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense are an incredibly good team, and I felt the same when they started out kickoff. It was only once they finally took a loss to Nongshim that they slid very quickly downhill and lost 3 series back-to-back to get knocked out, I believe it was, or something close to that, ending up finishing in the middle of the pack. I thought kickoff was going to be where we saw the Full Sense that we expected.
Sen là của Thái á, đúng rồi nha Sơn Trần ơi. Giờ xem review ở tai nghe nào uy tín á. Audio Rabbit nha. Anh Thỏ Audio Rabbit. Kênh đấy là tôi thấy là dễ xem nhất rồi.
Look at that. 16-4, 16-5. It's LUπαιNG. Catching up behind his two big bros.
LP on the line here. Need your chamber and your Phoenix to find openers for you as the consume comes out onto window. Jit Boys does get spotted out but not picked up. Trademark dealt with inside a garage.
Much more conservative approach. Just trying to fast flood back in. Look,
Kỳ lùa đen chưa? Đi mẹ vào đường đạn ạ.
Already made it out of garage. They're thinking to slink back in.
Yeah, just gonna slide back out.
Mấy giờ em qua đưa đồ được á? Lúc nào cũng được cả giữa ơi. Giờ hôm qua có bảo qua đưa mình con Final Mau anh em ạ. Lần đầu tiên được trải nghiệm Final Mau chắc bắn luôn mất.
No, it's going to come down to LP and how well he can receive contact. Double kill instantly. And then just LUπαιNG. It ended up with the spike over onto B. Now he has to play around it. Sets up the smoke and turns back around, steps onto Klaus's head. A little bit of a check with the shock.
Bắn viên vừa rồi thì có khi áo.
Has done well to extend distance. Sets up the crosshair placement just right up against Suna. And then the 1v1 against LP. I don't think he's got any more headhunter rounds. He gets it down to half. Tries to swing back, but it's just wild shots. A right-click whiffed. LUπαιNG completes the Red Bull clutch. Serves up a quad. And puts on that pedestal, which brings them close to map point.
I mean, these are the kind of plays that you would see LUπαιNG make in Tier 2 at times. A very sharp player with some insane mechanics, have been a little bit inconsistent in Pacific thus far. But that is
3 vết 1 quá ngu anh em ạ.
This exact kind of round. You would see this guy playing controller or sometimes, you know, a bit of THEO, a bit of ENIT, flexible Asian pool. This is why he was the one sole player kept over from the previous Full Sense roster. They've seen potential in this man.
Nhưng sao toàn ngủ quên đấy á, dạo này đang bị mất ngủ anh em ạ. Cố nằm mãi mà không ngủ được. Giờ tôi mất ngủ hơi nhiều. Phải chịu thôi. Cố gắng đang cố gắng gọi là ngủ sớm rồi nhưng mà team Varel này ở nước nào á? Team này là team tổ chức Nhật anh em ạ, nhưng mà 5 player người Hàn.
Chip Boys is just dry walking up A, seeing what he can find. He is the money man for Full Sense, and he's got all the space over there, and I think the rest of Full Sense are probably just going to join up with him. Got my eyes on LP. He's in a pretty cheeky position, close on short there. I think he has juked the camera. Yeah, I don't think Zexy's going to get a chance here. It's really LP that has to have the impact.
Okay, LP, all you, brother. He's going to get the first one, a second as well. That's decent.
Đấy, bắn từ đầu như thế đi đúng không? Thằng LP mấy cái round như này thì bắn kinh thế. Rơi mẹ khẩu súng to rồi, có khi à.
LUπαιNG has seen it, so keeps his eyes trained towards the back of long as well. A couple of shots fired over, but Sexy Slow walking back over.
Never mind.
No more guardian, just the 3 sheriffs.
Tôi thật nhá.
They're blocked off by a barrier as well.
Quả Zexy là quả tôi question mark nhất ở trong cái đội hình full set, ở cái đội hình Varel luôn.
Come on, guys. Do not
Thề luôn, tôi đéo hiểu anh em mà quảng cáo quả Zexy này ở cái giai đoạn gọi là thăng hạng, nhưng mà tôi nói thật,
suddenly start popping off. Just Cruz left and they managed.
tôi sẽ bắn cái đéo gì nhở?
Convert those kills into the defuse. Varel will hang on by a thread.
Yeah, very cheeky play from LP. He jukes Jip Boy's camera in short. Full Sense think all of that space is clear. They don't have anything to worry about in that regard, but LP does well enough to kind of just kamikaze his way into a lobby and take 2 with him.
Look at this.
And from there, I mean, the dart up over the top of Graffiti makes all the difference. Zuna scanning the entire team. They see the whole setup. They're able to deal with it accordingly. Barrel, very much known for being sharp with these sheriffs, so I can see why they would back themselves with a sheriff force there. They have broken Full Sense's money.
I was not familiar with your game. All right. That's 2 thrifties now so far across the map.
Có một cái điều về thằng Zexy ấy, tôi thấy là nó trông nó chơi nó chả có vẻ gì giống một thằng player gọi là muốn lên chơi ở tier 1 hết cả. Kiểu cậu Zexy này chắc là gọi là lấy vội từ tier 2 lên được 10 thằng thế. Hàn Quốc.
They're able to gun down all the Full Sense players bit by bit as they walk on over with bandits, just trying to get a couple of kills here and there. Just one onto Klaus. Either way, Varel's still moving forward.
Yeah, nice easy anti-eco. You got the Annihilation in pocket for Cruz now. Zexy has got himself a run it back to take into the rest of the half and hope that he can start to snowball a little bit.
Tôi nhà em địa chỉ với đây, đợi anh tí nữa.
Even if they don't get the window, they do have their map pick of Lotus coming up next. And if they can feel like they start to play their way into this series and regain a little bit more of the confidence to make Full Sense feel more mortal than they have been in this game thus far, then maybe they can try to get the momentum back in their favor a little more.
Teleport's ready.
Could see a bit of surprise as well. We haven't really seen Varel's Lotus comp before.
Will be Zuna solo on this A side of the map, all on his lonesome as the hit does come in towards sewers. Just Chip Boy solo on long.
My territory, my rules.
Okay, Annihilation as well, just to put the sense of fear towards Varel once again. Gotta get the spike down quick.
Now they're setting up a big hold here with all the sonic sensors, but Varel might fast flood through heaven here.
Cái gì anh Đạt ơi, dạo anh Đạt sao đấy? Anh Đạt, chính của anh Đạt là cái gì anh Đạt? Sao tự nhiên Vulsen bắn như kiểu là họ đang không muốn thắng lắm nhỉ anh em nhỉ? Sao tự nhiên trông Vulsen bắn trông như kiểu họ đang không muốn thắng lắm nhỉ anh em nhỉ? Vulbai bắn cái đéo ở đấy.
Varel still suspecting that they might be around the edges of the smokes inside of short or long. But with the spike being defused all the way through to the end, they will still manage to take another round away.
Yeah, I think Full Sense had a bit of a misread there. Like, I can see what they were going for. It was Trailblazer with the Annihilation to back it up. They were zoning Varel out of the site and setting up a post plant where they could double flank with the Senties, which I think is...
Rio ơi, em nhắc anh ấy. Anh xem lại nào đi.
That works out, 90% of the time. The difference is that Varel has the run it back and they flood very quickly back into the site, break the sonic sensor, and the player that's playing, I think it was over on Graffiti side or rather under Heaven, isn't actually able to deal with the run it back without losing his life. So they were already down in numbers, and the pace that Varel set on that retake is not enough space for the post plant to get stalled for the double flank. Regardless though, both teams do trade ultimates as they head into another gun round here. A little bit more active towards grass, but they've just left LP on the operator here for the time being as the triple rotation comes into A, as Zuna's lost the info line over there.
Otherwise, not really seeing too much. Full Sense thinking to congregate somewhere else.
Drone goes up short. Zexy follows it in. Leviathan been left behind. He does have the From the Shadows to pivot in the mid-round, so I do like leaving the Omen on the lurk here.
Too bad. Clear the trademark, maybe start to make your way towards C site. It's just Cinder or Varel on C.
Just Full Sense working the map very nicely, denying info to Varel. LP hasn't had an opportunity to have a crack with the operator just yet.
Lại quay lại A, quay lại đúng chỗ Select. Đây sẽ là một round thua của Funsen. Let me guess, đây sẽ là một round thua ở Funsen. Vào A không bị thằng Phoenix lát ra, Sova đứng spam và đó là cối xe thịt người tại khu vực xe A. Cộng một stun của NEONG lướt ra đến từ vị trí của anh chàng mang tên Cloud. Và đó là thằng thứ 6 dành cho Varel. Let me guess.
Jump spot, we'll confirm information. And a couple of stuns and everything going in. Full on collision from full sense as well, however.
Phải thế à?
Starting to find kills. Premier
Đấy phải thế à?
with the ability
Thế thôi vậy.
out. Just continues to find bonus after bonus. It's two left from Varel, trying to prevent this from going to map point.
Snake 3 rồi vẫn thua.
Becomes such a big obstacle.
I think you're safe here. Like, you are not getting back into the site. You've lost all re-entry
Thật sự vô vị.
capacity. With the Neon and the Phoenix going down, if anything,
Thật sự vô vị anh em ạ.
LP badly wants himself a 2 at a force, but he'll lose the operator in the meantime. Cinder looking for any more damage he can find for himself, but Primi just takes his head off. That's map point for Full Sense. A very nicely constructed attacking round.
Match point.
Both the Guiding Light and the Paranoia hitting multiple players in that setup. We'll have a look at the replay here. Yeah, look at that Paranoia. Remember the setup that Barrel was running? You had Zuna, close graffiti, and 2 players backside. The Paranoia hit everybody, I think, there. Zuna might have gone back to spawn side, as I can see on the replay there, but the Paranoia Guiding Light blinded that entire setup for Barrel. Even if they had 2-3 players ready to hold there, it didn't really mean much.
Even with Zexy's flash and Klaus's relay ult, it just all gets bypassed because Primi and the Paranoia, of course. Even though the op was lost, at least LP does have tour de force for this round. However, this is where they really have to make it count. Otherwise, it's game over. Full Sense already breaking through into B site. They've got a little bit of elevation as well. They sense that it's a little bit too hot and they will back out.
Ủa,
They're just gonna cancel. They baited
mày
out.
nó ném nó quả
Not quite felt comfortable enough.
quả nên ngồi im luôn mà.
Oh my god, it blinds Cinder. Second one sense, Cinder sees.
One by one rồi.
Can't see anything. Give me the smoke. I'm into it. Primi though will just hang back, aggressing after a bit of a delay.
Nhớ nó bim bim.
Leviathan, they start to take names.
Nhớ là bim bim.
outside of C.
Mẹ mày.
Leviathan steps up to the plate. It's just LP now,
Spike
on a bit of a
planted.
flank, undetected. We'll see if he can find the timing just right to turn things into 1v1. Unscoped, rescoped, and there he goes. Primi suddenly alerted to it.
Anh bim
How
bim.
does he choose to play in this circumstance? Holds the off angle. LP with a creep up. Just trying to surprise Primi if possible, but Primi continuing to jiggle and dance back and forth.
Nhờn anh bim bim.
Just
Mày
resets the crosshair right to the top of LP's head. Unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Vô vị anh em ạ.
Map the scoreline. It will still end with Full Sense in control.
That's just demolition from them on Haven. Very, very nicely played, both defensive and attacking side. And Varel, after a bit of a comp swap, going to be feeling a little bit disappointed with their performance there yet again. Didn't feel like they could really get into the game. They weren't adaptable enough on the attacking side to deal with the Deadlock Cypher comp. Even with the few Reddit packs on that attacking side, rounds were few and far between to come by. And even after the Sheriff Forcefly gets through in round 2 of the half, there wasn't many defensive rounds to follow up that. That last round's a perfect example where they had like a 4-man crossfire, C-Long, Glogs, Spawn, and Full Sense were running up Garage into like a 2 or 3-way crossfire, and they still win. It's like, honestly, I think Varel, couple of situations where if they shoot a little bit better, maybe they're a little bit better drilled with the comp that they've kind of mixed in on short notice here, then they could get a couple more rounds. But make no mistake, Full Sense are in a class of their own in this series right now. This is not a particularly close fight.
You know what? For the next map as well, they just might continue with this kind of performance as well. We haven't really seen their Lotus either. Or maybe it's something where they're not as strong at. Who knows? But so far, if any of these past maps, past games are an indication, you really have to believe in Full Sense. I mean, Killua, Leviathan, Primi, even just the double Sentinel composition and all of its setups coming into this map tell you exactly how prepared this team is.
Yeah, Leviathan's been in really good form as well. It's great to see a step up from him, and I know that Victoria herself is a massive fan of Leviathan, so I'm going to throw it back over to her.
How'd you know that? Pilsky? You know so much about me.
How could you not be after a performance like this, though, is the big thing. Like, good God. It's like Mike Tyson beating, fighting a guy with no arms.
Oh my God, that visual. I'm a very visual person. That was like a really weird visual. It's like a potato, you know, which Beryl is right now. They are kind of looking like a potato. This is not what you want at this point in stage 1.
500 anh em đang xem cho em, tôi xin một like mọi người, thank you mọi người nhiều ạ. Đùa hôm nay anh em không like khó luôn đấy. Này đã gọi là ít mắt rồi.
I respect them trying to swap to this Phoenix comp. I really do. I think it's the way the meta is going. And I think it can be good for them as individuals, but they didn't really look super prepared for.
Nào xem hôm nay có nội dung gì thú vị ở trên YouTube không?
Hey guys, it's Spyro4 here, and today we're finally checking out the VIE-ENG Magnesium. This is an inspired shape by the OP18K, and besides the very low latency that the OP18K offers through that wire cord.
Là con này à? Con này bao nhiêu gam vậy? Bốn mươi bảy gam. Đẹp phết. Nhìn chung là đẹp anh em ạ. Kênh anh L hút hết view à? Quan trọng gì đâu. Nói vui vui vậy thôi chứ không thực sự quan trọng cái chuyện gọi là nhiều view hay ít view anh em ạ. Miễn là anh em xem Valorant anh em cảm thấy vui vẻ là được rồi. Anh em xem kênh mình anh em thấy vui là ok rồi. Đây là chuột của tôi. Chuột của tôi nó trông như này anh em ạ. Đây, chuột của tôi trông như này. Cái gì hả anh Bắp? Sắp tới không biết mời anh Bắp tham dự chương trình 36 độ Valorant được không anh Bắp nhở? Anh Bắp. Anh Bắp cho em hỏi là đến giữa tháng 5 em mời anh tham dự sự kiện 36 độ Valorant được không anh? Đằng nào thì chúng ta cũng khó lòng mà có mặt ở tại VCT Pacific rồi thì có lẽ là anh em mình làm một chút gọi là 36 độ Valorant không? Cứ 10 cốc bia đã là tính tiếp á. Chịu rồi anh Bắp ơi. Anh Bắp thì chịu rồi anh em ơi. Phải chịu. Nam Anh Studio, this guy new, no? Don't even know who is that. Một bài chiêm tinh Nova Reroll. TF Ketlin. 4 định mệnh luôn. Thật sự là bây giờ là 4 giờ chiều và Stillnet vẫn đang online. Tôi đang sống ở trong cái vũ trụ nào vậy?
Đây rồi. Và đó là Dinh tốt. Yes.
Hả? Dinh.
Cá sình. Và đó là cá sình anh em ơi. Được quá nhờ. Phải Dinh đấy. Lấy một đồ
có
nữa,
kỳ bà Dinh điên.
Với truy với một đồ nữa. Sojin.
Không để ý cái thầy có kỳ bà luôn mà.
Đây, Tép thì vẫn cầm đồ đấy đi anh em ơi. Tại vì Tép vẫn mạnh á. 3 đồ đấy rồi. Ok chưa? 4 định mệnh lại còn có kỳ ba.
Wow.
Khó chưa? Khó tránh chưa? Khó tránh chưa?
Khó tránh chưa? Và anh Lý Vái.
Đỡ được đâu.
Và anh Lý Vái. Wow.
Có kỳ bắn bên này nhá. Có kỳ bắn từ bên phải sang nhá. Khó tránh rồi. Nào, xả đam. Sao trông cũng chưa ra gì lắm nhỉ?
Trông vô vị ấy nhở anh em nhở?
Được. Ok.
Nhưng mà Tầm này đam của nó ao trình quá anh em ạ.
32.000 đam. Mà lên cái lại top 1 vừa ăn cái còng xong ấy chứ.
Vừa ăn cái còng xong à?
Lên cấp thôi anh em nhỏ. Lên
bảo sao chưa để ghi vào lịch sử đấu anh em ơi.
Vào là đẹp. Hay nha, ngon nha. Nhà cái FF rồi, thế thì mình để vuốt rồng mình đánh luôn anh em. Rạch tành cứng quá nhở. Người ta có phải nu sang bên này không? Thôi để nguyên đi.
Tầm này bắn chết hết rồi lo cái gì hả thầy?
Lên cấp đánh bạt là xong rồi à? Bạt là xong là sao nhở?
Khiếp, còn nu tanh như thế. Một tơn tên lửa đi luôn anh em ạ. Rồi ôi.
Nguyễn Văn Thái đã gửi yêu cầu phát một vậy. Ninh Đình XUAN
đủ lên không? Cảm ơn Thái nhiều nhé Thái ơi. Ui.
Lục bảo 2 rồi.
Thầy ơi.
Anh đây.
Lại thầy. Lại thầy luôn thầy Steel ạ. Dạo này đang nghèo quá, không có tiền donate thầy Steel anh em ơi. Mình vào mình nghe một chút gọi là caster tiếng Việt không? Ôi học tập một chút anh em ạ. Biết đâu thời gian tới cát RRQ mình phải học cách cát một chút nha anh em nhá. Tập trung này. Trận này chúng ta gọi là trận phôi. Chúng ta tranh thủ gọi là học học cách cát từ bình luận viên Sinh Xích.
Trong cặp trận thiếu giữa Fusen cùng với đó là team Varel. Và 1-0 đã có và chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau đến với ngay bản đấu thiếu thứ hai. Bản thiếu Lotus được chọn bởi các thành viên bên phía của Varel. Varel chúng ta đang thấy rất nhiều những sự thay đổi như những gì chúng ta đã nói ở phần pre-show, đó là việc Jesse không còn chơi chết nữa và thay vào đó là Race. Su đang sử dụng Fast Cinder với Omen, LP, Viper và Cloud, một lần nữa lại là Neon. Còn với Fusen thì cũng là một bộ cùng với hai duelist nhưng đó là Phoenix cùng với cả vị trí Neon. Chúng ta thấy Vice, Omen hay đó là Fate đến từ đội bên phía Fusen thì có lẽ một chút những sự khác biệt đến từ cả hai team nằm ở vị trí Sentinel. Varel thì họ chơi với một bộ cùng với hai controller, đó là Omen cùng Viper, thì cái sự áp lực, cái sự kiểm soát bản đồ đến từ bên phía Varel phần nào đó cũng sẽ nhỉnh hơn. Nhưng về bên phía phòng thủ thì chúng ta đang thấy một đặc bộ Vice được quay trở lại khi mà Lotus cũng đã xuất hiện trong map pool, đúng không ạ?
Lần này thì có vẻ như Primi sẽ thích phạm Phoenix cho JC thời, để xem là các thành viên bên phía của Fusen họ sẽ vận hành một đội hình 2 duelist có Phoenix như thế nào đây. Khoảng thời gian gần đây khi mà những đặc vụ như là Yoru đã bị nép hay là Waylay cũng sắp bị chỉnh sửa yếu đi, thì có vẻ như các đội tuyển cũng đã bắt đầu dần dần quay trở lại với meta Phoenix khá là nhiều. Đặc biệt là không chỉ ở khu vực Pacific đúng không, mà EMEA hay là khu vực America cũng đang spam Phoenix khá mạnh ở trong những khoảng thời gian gần đây. Vâng, và cùng tới với bản đồ thi đấu Lotus, một đặc vụ Phoenix bắn kèm cùng với cả Neo. Họ sẽ xử lý cái bản đồ thi đấu này. Mình nghĩ rằng là việc chiếm khu vực A-main sẽ trở nên là sống còn với các thành viên bên phía của Fusen nếu như mà họ muốn kiểm soát được bản đồ, đặc biệt là với một đặc vụ như kiểu là Phoenix.
Fusen họ chỉ cách vòng playoff một map thi đấu nữa thôi. Để xem rằng liệu Fusen có làm được hay không đây. Chủ nhà TRP có lẽ cũng đã thấy được đối phương. Thì đây là một đoạn thi đấu mà Fusen họ muốn tràn thẳng vào khu vực side C. Chỉ có duy nhất vị trí của LP mà thôi. Và anh chàng này cũng bắt buộc phải sủi về khi đó là cái tiết chấp này từ Jitboy. Cố gắng để có thể clear thêm. Nhưng việc chiếm được side C nó cũng đã là đủ đối với cả Fusen rồi.
Wow, thậm chí là họ chiếm được rất sâu vào khu vực Defender Spawn. Đối phương đang có 3 người đi móc và thôi xong rồi. Và thi đấu này thì Leviathan bắt buộc phải nằm. Leviathan đổi được mấy đây? Ôi, con mắt quỳ lại còn quét được nữa thì tôi hỏng rồi. Nhưng Primi thì bắt được vị trí MVP đồng nghĩa với việc 4 người cuối của Varel đều đã lộ ra là những người đi móc. Và Fusen 4 người sẽ chĩa súng thẳng về hướng trái spy mà thôi. Varel đang cố gắng lao vào nhưng Crew đi flank thêm một lần nữa và bắt được vị trí Suna. Jitboy hạ một clau rồi. 4 vs 2, lợi thế người đang là quá lớn tại cho bên phía Full Sen. Và sau khi thời gian cái cửa hết thì nó cũng là thời gian mà bên phía Varel phải nằm lại luôn. 1-0 dành cho các thành viên bên phía Full Sen. Một round thì đầu Piston đẩy rất cục đến từ Full Sen, họ có được khu vực defender spawn và khi biết được là đông người đang đi flank thì họ lại đẩy tiếp, và thậm chí là cái góc đứng đến từ vị trí Crew, đúng không, là người móc trong móc nó rất là đẹp để cho các thành viên bên phía Full Sen thiết lập được 3 góc bắn khác nhau.
Đó thì Postman cực kỳ ổn áp đến từ đội của Full Sen. Cái bài đi đẩy để có thể retake từ bên phía Varel cũng là ổn, cũng là tương đối hay khi mà sẽ có một người chủ động mở cửa và sau đó thêm cả mắt quỷ nữa. Đồng ý là nó đã khiến cho LUπαιNG nằm xuống, vấn đề là chị LP lại nằm xuống sớm quá và sau đó thì cả 4 người đều đã lộ. Và thi đấu này thì sẽ chỉ có thêm một khẩu series trong tay của JC mà thôi.
Cảm giác tình huống vừa rồi phân tích lại cái round đấu nó không để làm gì nhỉ anh em nhỉ? Bỏ qua cũng được. Nói về round đấu tiếp theo luôn.
Nào, quyết định đi đâu đây? Giữ vị trí của Cheat Boy ở
vừa nhắn tin cả DHL anh em ạ. Tình hình là gói hàng là về đến Việt Nam rồi, áo ủng là về đến Việt Nam rồi, đang ở hải quan. Nhưng mà thủ tục khai báo thì tôi chưa biết xử lý nào anh em ạ. Vấn đề hóa đơn hóa đủng thì làm gì có hóa đơn, bởi vì đây là quà gửi tặng mà.
Sẽ được đem về B, họ sẽ hạ trái spy này xuống tại trong khu vực side B để tìm bên phía Full Sen.
Lao luôn vào B, không gặp khó khăn nào đến từ các thành viên của Full Sen. Và Varel sợ tách 4 người ở C sẽ mở cổng ra để đi bắn nhau. Leviathan lại là người phải đón cái đợt retake này, nhưng bây giờ rủ Crew ra bắn nhau luôn. Leviathan lại phải nằm, Crew bắt được JC. Nhưng bây giờ với góc bắn rất đẹp đến từ bên phía Crew thì tôi nghĩ rằng là đang hơi khó thua đến từ bên phía của Full Sen. Một mạng tại trong vị trí Jit Boy rồi. Crew vẫn đang giữ được khẩu Bulldog của mình, khẩu Guardian rơi vào tay của đối phương. Nhưng Cinder cũng ngay lập tức phải nằm xuống, flash là đẹp đến từ Primi. Lao vào luôn, bắn lỗi đến từ Jit Boy. MLP là người cuối và không có cơ hội nào.
Không có gì xảy ra anh em ạ.
Cả 2-0 đối với các thành viên bên phía Full Sen.
Cũng tốn thêm giáp, tốn thêm dùng đến từ bên phía của team Full Sen. Nhưng với một round thi đấu như vừa rồi thì họ cũng sẽ hài lòng với việc có được chiến thắng trong round thi đấu eco của đối phương. 2-0. Mimi vẫn thể hiện mình đang là một máy êm với khẩu Phantom trong tay. Nào, power round đến từ bên phía của Varel, họ sẽ cần phải có round thi đấu này. Primi đang là con số 4-0 rồi. 2 round thi đấu mỗi round 2 mạng. Và muốn đẩy
ôi flash đéo ở đây.
Varel họ đang muốn đẩy lên Jit Boy gài số tiền, nhưng đó là tiếng rối điện cộng đến từ Jit Boy. Jesse cũng có mạng Klaus lên tiếng. Và sau đó là double kill dành cho Klaus rồi. Tình huống trở về thành 1 vs 2, khi LUπαιNG là người sống cuối.
Nào bro.
Safety in numbers, but this is still a
Thế là đủ rồi.
dangerous prospect for them. Leviathan going and re-clearing all of this space, has already got 2 in the round. He's feeling dangerous.
Just slowly creeping up as a duo.
Leviathan takes this space, does have a sheer wall on the flank, so that won't be an option for Varel without giving information over to the Vice. And with them heading in that direction, going to be a little bit of an easier read potentially for a Leviathan who will get himself a nice open plant here. Still does have multiple Thorns in the back pocket as well as the Arc Rose, so he could set up a bit of a disgusting looking post plant here.
Very possible, isn't it? Especially with the Thorns really halting them in that choke. Sets up with the Arc Rose potentially as well. And now it's just Varel's go. At least they have some initiator utility, but ultimately it all goes down to the contact. They will see it. Oh, but the flash!
Leviathan bắn như vậy thì bọn Varel nên tự xem lại cái cách chơi game đi, nói thật. Bắn
Beautiful to watch. Messy exchange over on this side of the map. 8 players committed over.
Nó không phải là thằng Leviathan bắn hay anh em ạ, nó bắn tất nhiên là nó bắn hay rồi. Nhưng mà Varel bắn như 5 con bot.
Varel were very well set up to deal with that. Unfortunately, you can't counter throughout individual brilliance. Fantastic placement of the Arc Rose.
Nó đã đạt được bom chưa?
Big momentum for Full Sense now. Pretty much a 4-0. Not unless another magical thrifty gets pulled out of the hat by Varel.
I mean, you just got dumpstered on the first map by Varel, by Full Sense if you're Varel rather, and now you've been bonus the
Lâu rồi không xem Valorant Pacific, thằng Thi đâu rồi á? Thi nó bị chấn thương anh ạ. Chấn thương tay đang đi chữa.
Very hard to pick yourself back up out of. Even some of the best teams in the world have a tough time with it.
And these guys are so young, except for Cinder as well. You can just imagine like the experience in their career. They haven't really had to deal with this that much. In the Korean scene back then in Challengers, we kind of talked about this a bit. They were pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
like top 2, top 3.
Yeah, they had a more dominant run in Ascension. Chipboys is in trouble here, but he's got a little bit of
vô vị.
nice fast lane.
Ở Lata hai Duelist đứng như kiểu là mẹ một cuộc đời này không có gì để làm. Vừa Lata hai Duelist cũng không tăng vào để dí thằng Aulo luôn. Cái flash làm đéo ấy.
To get all the work done together. Chipboys, if anything, was the worm on the end of the hook, honestly. But it turns out that worm has got some big ass teeth, mate.
À quả đấy đập rồi à? Đập rồi thì never mind.
I've been watching too much.
Đập rồi thì vẫn là một pha swing never mind anh em ạ.
All kinds of mutations and things like that over there. Great game.
Big fan of it. I know Achilles is as well, but well, now we get into the real nuts and bolts of it all. Farrell coming back in with the buy, the timeout to hopefully give them a lifeline, throw them a lifeline. Coach TK9, something, anything.
Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna need a.
Ê sao cái hôm trước gặp RRQ bắn kinh ấy nhở?
From the coach.
Mà thật ra gặp RRQ làm gì có bài đéo ở đâu. Hôm đấy là thằng LP với cả thằng Cloud cứ lao ra là bắn chết 3 chết 4 rồi mà. Đúng không? Chứ bảo là bài vở làm gì có bài vở gì.
Pretty handy with the sheriffs.
Nói một cách công bằng thì hôm nay có bài vở gì không anh em?
Is it possible, you know, Zexy's close to a showstopper. A lot of rubble control has been taken by them before.
Well, they had the better comp for fighting for rubble. Like Ray's Neon is much better at fighting for rubble than Neon Phoenix will be, most likely.
Get the showstopper, maybe have some kind of retake. But the thing is, if Full Sense are aware of that and they just full contact over onto C, then you're playing against timing. Right now, 2-2-1 for Vero.
Yeah, Full Sense making their intentions very obvious here. It's going to be C control. We saw Primi whiff the flash over towards C Mount here before. Hopefully he's got the lineup a bit better this time.
Now he might just have hurt the Neon.
Prowler on front B. Barrel fully set up in the middle of the map. But something is spooking Full Sense here. They don't feel like this feels right. Leviathan has called that this is not a rubble take.
Ngoài đầu tay thua Funsen, AQ đầu tay thua con này á? AQ có chủ động đầu tay đâu, AQ toàn retake mà.
On the A side of the map, then it's pretty obvious that either it's a tree door trap playing outside of front B or something like that, or it's going to be, you know, a C or front B setup. Look at this movement from Varel though. Set up inside of the A site.
I don't mind it. It's a good read to reinforce, you know, the side that was slightly weaker, but then you've got to do something around it. Klaus, not too bad. Just colliding onto Jit Boys.
Vãi đá Bim Bim nó nhảy ở giữa đường và bắn nhau ạ.
Block off the tree entranceway, but Leviathan still finding the trades. Zexy out with Showstopper now will shove them back. Cruz has gone all the way behind.
Trông các cậu bắn trông như bắn ranh.
Finding another onto Zexy who maybe overheated a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense again, they've just kind of brute forced their way out of a troublesome situation. LP's in between a rock and a hard place. Wall is up, which will give him a little bit of space to actually creep into A main. A Cruz is on the line, Leviathan's on the flank, Arcros catches and confirms his position. He's not really being given too much right now.
Yeah, save. If this is... I'm laughing a little bit to myself. If what Achilles says is true, like Mike Tyson against, you know, someone without limbs.
He said arms. He has legs. He said he has legs at least. Maybe he's got a hell of a kick.
Out of the guy still. Like,
I'll find you.
Ouch.
I mean, you work with what you can get as Varel.
I mean, Varel had some kicks. You know, they took down Primi Jit Boys. But...
Well, I didn't mind their movements in the mid-round. Like, they had a door trap over on the C side of the map, and they were waiting for the C control to come through. But
Cruz
you need
one step ahead?
Well, yeah, it's Leviathan outside of A main calling absolutely no util. Like, that's where maybe as Varel you want to actually commit one player over there with a dark cover or something like that. Just to be able to kind of make your opponent second guess. They didn't have a bad movement in the mid-round though. I think Varel really understood what Full Sense was doing there. They didn't sit too long in their trap. They did rotate over to that A site and try to fight for A, but again, in the mid-round, Full Sense just outplays them.
Every step of the way. I really feel for Vero, but this is just Full Sense playing magnificent Valorant right now. They start things off with C-Mound once again. There'll be a Poison Cloud to kind of stall things.
Boys going on the offensive here. I think Klaus did spot him out, and Klaus does have the overdrive ready to go here. Jitboy's going to be left behind. I think they're just kind of leaving the Neon on an island with an Outlaw in a lot of these rounds, where Jitboys will turn into an aggressive lurk. When the other team looks for information, he's going to try and punish, and that's exactly
Trông
what he
vô vị
does.
nhỉ.
Valor to go forward.
Round này lại là một round eco. À, round eco biết đâu lại thắng. Cái team Varel bắn lục thì ghê. Em chẳng biết Ulrich cái lăn chuột nó bị lệch trái, không biết là tính năng hay lỗi á. Thế tức là QC có vấn đề đúng không? Bọn Final Mau vẫn gặp vấn đề QC mà.
Doesn't really spot out too much though, and Cruz. Oh, what a position. It's Primi from right underneath, and then just LP and Zuna. At least they have weapons picked up.
Yeah, that's true. See what they can do with them though. That's actually a good couple of entries back into the site. It could be on for one now.
Nightfall into sight. The tether should reveal enough of a pathing. They're trying to get the shots in. Cruz Devin will not be able to react back, and Primi's just way too low.
Thua lục thật mà. Ôi mình bảo thua thật.
Just an unlikely 2-on-4 where they do connect a couple of shots, and maybe Full Sense a little bit sleepy, thinking the round was already over. Opportunities given over to Varel and taken full advantage of, but that is the kind of rounds that Varel are capable of. These players are very individually talented. It's the same thing that we say time and time again. Have that potential to turn around on its head where necessary. Good headshot there from Zuna. Get the follow-up Nightfall and the C's as LP busts his way through the door.
I like
First
that.
round of many needed here though.
Starting to get a little bit aggressive after that confidence boost as well, perhaps, but Full Sense not willing to back down. Haunt and everything tossed into it as well. The flashes will contact.
Sáng trưng anh em ạ. Lao ra bắn nhau. Lao ra bắn nhau thì bọn Full Sense lại sợ quá.
To try to collect if possible. Screen being set up, they walk right through.
Bắn nhau thì bọn Full Sense nó lại sợ quá anh em ạ.
Just quick enough to reset. It's Cruz that gets it at the end.
It's just heartbreaking for Varel. They had a very good setup at the start of the round. Threw a sick paranoia on front B there. They had 3 or 4 players. It's literally just like 4v4 all in the same part of the map. But time again, Full Sense in these very tricky situations. They've been paranoid, they've been seized, they've had prowlers thrown at them, but they still just fight their way out of a bad situation.
Full Sense, they are born and bred in these kinds of brawly situations, man. And SEA Valorant, that's what it is all the time. Tough for Varel. And the next round comes up, they try to take Rebel control, do something around it again.
Yeah, Klaus. Close and personal with the buck. He does have himself the overdrive as well if he needs to kind of pivot into a retake situation where the shotgun might not be as useful. Full Sense pushed away from lobby for now with the sheer wall to keep the information game in check. Prowler secures control of Mount. As LP with a Spectre.
Đợi tí anh em ơi, trả lời bên DSL rồi.
Just get his head taken off. I thought he was on just on the shoulder spot there. But maybe stuck around a little bit too long.
Well, at least you got the Nightfall out from the shadows as well. Either way, though, Arsenal for this round, not really optimal.
Yeah, but we would have said that in the 2-on-4 quack.
Fair enough. Give it a good try. Leviathan still somehow managing to turn around, perhaps through an audio cue. Door still prepped open, and look at Cruz. Hey.
Oh, hey.
Oh, he knows it himself. Leviathan's having fun. Look at the player cam. Zuna will get spotted out. You got Sinner all the way towards the back of Spawn, trying to find the right timing. Zuna, not too bad on the movement, but in all this time, the spike is still beeping away. Tries to go in for a ninja defuse as much as possible, but there's the spray. Zuna will be able to hold on to the rifle at least.
Yeah, sharp as ever. But a bunch of kills that don't really have too much impact other than getting himself closer to another nightfall. And the scoreboard still reads the same. 7-1 for Full Sense. It's another game where Varel is just getting obliterated.
Này, nhưng mà trận này xem ít nhất là còn đỡ hơn xem EMEA mấy trận bịa nha anh em nhở. Kiểu ít nhất là trông Full Sen bắn nhau trông vẫn clean ấy. Như hôm trước xem GX với cả bọn gì ta? GX với cả team đéo nào ấy. Bắn chán vãi. Bìm bìm gần chết mẹ rồi.
Just trying to prevent Full Sense from breaking through. The judge. Oh no!
Dude, he didn't even pop the runner back yet. He just ran in with 25 HP and still got a kill. What?
God, Primi. Then he's gonna be able to come back.
Giant Pacific ấy. Trận để xem chán vãi.
At least Sexy comes back through though. Tries to get a showstopper on the Primi. There he goes. 2 left for Full Sense, but they are still just walking it down. Cruz tries to set up more smokes, but gets shot down mid-animation by Zexy.
Rồi, cậu Zexy làm 3 thắng. Ok.
Farrell will find a second round.
Yeah, nice pivot in the mid-round. Once again, to just take that 8 fight. It's a, rotation that didn't work for them before, but I didn't feel like they had a bad chance. I just cannot believe that Primi opens the door there on 18 HP and runs in without popping the ultimate. That is ridiculous. And Zexy, that's a little bit more like it. Showstopper pulled out, great movement. He was all over that A push from Full Sense.
Nice.
But a second round does not make a defensive side.
Yeah.
Said the same thing on Haven. It's like, nice round, guys, but we're going to need to see some more of that.
Something tells me Full Sense is not too bad. In fact, that might have been what they wanted. They got the showstopper away. They still got more ults for more situations, perhaps just a little bit of poking and prodding around C this time.
LP once again solo on this C side of the map. He has been bullied in this same position on the pistol. On one of the eco rounds as well, Full Sense has run it down at him. But at least for this round, I mean, I was gonna
làm quả cáp giống anh Hòn Virus không? Cùng tôi xem VCT thấy hay hơn á. Để làm gì đâu anh em.
On the jump spot there.
Ý là
Look for somebody.
như đã nói thì mục đích đâu phải là để có nhiều người xem. Mục đích là để anh em xem một cách văn minh hơn thôi mà.
Potential utility. The Prowler comes in and confirms that there is some kind of a rotation back over onto C site. They will see an overextension.
Anh em có ai biết về vụ của cậu em Ken không? Chấm than FB. Truy cập ngay Facebook BLV Tumi để biết thêm thông tin. Thật ra vụ việc chẳng có gì. Thằng em bị thằng em sai, thằng em phải chịu trách nhiệm thôi.
Suddenly the silent creep up. Being held by LP, not too bad. Just enough damage. Cruz coming back through.
Thằng già làm gì nhỉ thằng già ơi? Thằng già lại bắt đồng đội phải clutch à?
Show us what you got. This is your chance. You've got everything set up for it. A full force in the retake. On towards Mount.
Kỳ lùa vẫn đổi đôi. Lại mày.
And you know what this guy is capable of. He's got a full kit as well. Slow creep.
Bim bim full đồ.
Make a single peep because that could incite a reaction from Primi. But that's going to be the back exposed. Primi.
Quá đơn giản cho Bim Bim. Quá đơn giản cho Bim Bim anh em ạ.
And then the Red Bull clutch. This team is unstoppable.
How is it so hard to kill Kalua? He's defenseless, completely blind on C Mound. All they need is just to push him over. It's crazy that he gets away with this much here. Should never get to.
No way!
He's got 4 players running at him when he's blind, bro. And then, look, that 1v2 from Primi, that's just routine. You know, that's expected at this point. You're going to need at least a 4v1 to win a retake against Primi.
Yeah. Timeout. I mean, this entire first half.
It's just another missed opportunity for Varel.
Bao lâu thế á? Thằng Ken là ăn án phạt là 1 năm anh em ạ.
Duỗi bùng đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Quả Canizera này làm mình nhớ tới anh Abi. Tự nhiên một hôm random lướt Twitter, tự nhiên thấy anh Abi đăng bài xin lỗi vì tất cả những sai lầm trong quá khứ. Đúng là người có tầm nhìn.
Duỗi bùng 10.000 nha. Cứ thế thôi.
Haven as well, like just Full Sense are this goated right now. Meanwhile, Varel are trying everything and then some, and it's still not enough.
But that's what makes Full Sense such an
đúng rồi, Ken của NV anh em ơi.
Thailand as a region.
NV chấm dứt hợp đồng của Ken rồi.
They have good coaching staff behind them with some experiences. You've got the perfect blend of raw firepower that knows where it needs to be aimed and some good brains behind it as well.
12-5, Primi.
Yeah, that's pretty normal for him.
Come on, get excited.
I'm excited. I love Full Sense.
Don't sound like it. Okay, well, Prowler's back over on to see again. It's LP being pushed back, but Barrel with all the rifles bought up trying.
500 Brot Valorant đăng bài 3 tiếng trước, which basically là 1 giờ chiều mới lên bài. Trong khi em Tumi lên bài từ mấy giờ ạ? 8 tiếng trước. Ao chỉnh. Ao chỉnh Valorant.
Another advantage for Varel, but that does not
Ao chỉnh Valorant anh em ạ.
Just discussed in the timeout.
I'm gonna hold my tongue.
Let's start cover. He slides out onto the off angle. In the meantime, Full Sense once again going and taking some more space on the A side of the map. Cruz sees Zexy. You can almost assume that's going to be the solo raise, and he smoked off his info angle to try to draw a rotation, and exactly that is what you're seeing on the map. Klaus is over on A. Cinder's interested now. A singular dark cover from Cruz is enough to pull a massive rotation from Varel here.
At least Suna's still lingering around this B spot. Unfortunately, the Nightfall will shove him off though. If he gets somehow
Tôi cần lửa thì cứ vào Facebook của em Tumi đùa thề cái chat ơi.
Keep Varel in this fight. Cruz on the lurk gets taken out.
Đây là lý do, hóa ra đây là lý do mà Facebook của mình thực sự rất nu gu. Anh em kênh chat không hề follow. Quá buồn.
And Zuna just continues to trail back. Overdrive popped and he gets absolutely blazed. Just a bit of a retake out from Baby Door as well. Smokes, relay bolts, and right underneath, but the
rồi, nó chọc còn chết hết rồi.
At least Killua gets cooked alive by the
Nó chọc còn chết hết anh em ạ. Trời ơi. Một viên.
Headshot right into LP skull. I cannot believe how relentless Full Sense is.
Mình giải thích vụ kênh được không? Tại đọc trên Facebook chưa hiểu rõ. Yeah, nó còn có thể là gì nữa hả anh em? Tức là nó đúng là như những gì tôi đã viết, là nó đơn giản là nó bị ban thôi mà.
Different player, yeah. Shitboys wasn't even activated at all today, but suddenly he shows up.
It was on the Cypher, to be fair. Dude was on his camera taking pictures of nature most of Haven.
Yeah, he's a chill guy like that. He's zen. Last round of the first half. Varel, Hail Mary down C. They know that LP has been bullied here. Big Brothers have arrived, but look at Full Sense. They fully conditioned them around this.
I don't know how Cruz is here, throwing a paranoia into spawn, but alright.
Nói chung là vụ này cũng hơi kỳ, ý là kiểu thằng Kane thì nó cũng chơi rank thì nó cũng toxic anh em ạ. Mà đến mức mà lục lại cả từ 2022 thì cũng hơi dị thật.
Yeah, they're gonna flip the map with the Phoenix ult here, I'd imagine. Although they have to run up that one way, so I guess they do want to play in sight.
Oh. Yeah, he's holding on to it. More Prowlers, and then suddenly run it back. It's not going towards spawn where you might have thought, and it's actually the right call as well. 3 players coming out from behind. Steel Guard and
Bim làm một thế là xong rồi, hết nhiệm vụ rồi.
Away from the spike. Nightfall set back over in, but unfortunately they can't really do too much around it. Leviathan didn't keep his eyes towards the back as well. And he will just stay.
Bắn cả mấy khẩu lục ấy cứ ngu đéo gì nhỉ anh em nhỉ?
Finally he goes down. But it's down to Zuna and
Klaus. 12.
Range and the spike's about to go off. Killua continuing to delay as much as possible with all the utility. And it's just kills for Primi now. Zuna will be able to clean it, but goes down to the spike at the end. That's a 10-2 first half for Full Sense.
It says everything about that round that Primi, as the spike has 3 seconds left on it, still has both his flashes. He didn't even need to throw a flash that entire round. Like, Full Sense was just given A for free. They've just put themselves in such phenomenal positions in terms of the macro. Cruz is walking up A for free and just calling circles around Varel.
Feels bad, but Full Sense are just this good.
Xem mấy trận này chán thì phải chịu anh em ạ, chả có cách nào. Anh em ơi, hôm nay tôi nên ăn gì nhỉ? Sáng dậy thấy bố mẹ ăn hết rồi, chả có gì dư để ăn. Cuốn gì ăn á?
That's the whole story today.
Yeah.
But you know what though? It's a good sign. If there's ever a time.
Em quên chìa khóa bị nhốt ngoài cửa rồi à?
This is now.
Là sao hả em cheat?
Their next opponents.
We said that at kickoff.
Là sao hả người yêu ơi? Là sao?
They started stage 2 just absolutely doming everyone.
Come on.
I was on the duelist.
How about this right now, though? In this meta, they're pulling out these comps.
Yeah,
they're playing RRQ and T1 next, and who knows how those will go. But they've already locked in playoffs. I mean, things are only going to keep going up from
I think
here.
they're just going to win the group. I'm not going to lie. I don't think they're going to lose the game.
Let's go.
RRQ. I don't think RRQ's beating them. T1 maybe. Depends how locked in T1 is. T1
Anh em nghĩ sao? Hôm nay có China không á? Hôm nay không có anh em ạ. Hôm nay không có China. China bắn xong vòng group rồi. Tuần này hình như là thứ bảy ấy, chủ nhật bắn lại playoff với tao ấy. Cái Excel gear chấm than cái gì á? Chấm than review gear nha. RRQ với T1 anh em nghĩ ai ăn đó? Mình thì mình nghĩ là T1 vẫn đang ở cái thế cửa trên anh em ạ. Vì T1 phong độ vẫn tốt lắm. RRQ sẽ phải làm nhiều hơn nếu như là muốn thắng.
Not sure how much
oh dear.
It's gonna work out, yeah. Pushed back by a bit of utility. He's got a little bit of support from Cinder as well, but unfortunately the Paranoia just flew away. A bit of damage over on the screen as well, though. And look at LP. Able to take down Jit Boys, that's not too bad, but there goes Cruz on the reaction. Cinder trying his best to hold the off angle, but... Okay, just one. Not too bad. Still, everyone else playing around the line of scrimmage. Push them back, but Full Sense just continue on their warpath over onto playoffs. Oh, hang on!
Suna gánh.
In a sudden
Suna gánh.
Being able to take them all down with ghosts.
A good recovery. Just Class and Zuna hand in hand to
hello, Nana.
A retake there for Full Sense. It wasn't looking great for Varel. Both LP and Zexy really struggling to even get a single kill with the sheriffs that they usually.
Anh Linux bảo em sang bảo anh dạy nói tiếng Anh á là sao? À, sao hả An Tuấn ơi? Anh có biết tiếng Anh đâu. Tôi gọi là ngu tiếng Anh nhất 500 brut rồi đấy. Anh LP làm gì ấy?
That hurts in your soul.
As long as they still believe in themselves, you know, they're gonna stream it all the way down C to get the spike. Not the worst of losses. Not too much being picked up by Full Sense off of that kill either. Oh, nice collateral. And then for the rest of Feral to set up a firing range against Full Sense.
Suna vẫn gánh.
Full on contact die all around Mount.
Zuna's popping off. 17 and 8 for him. Been due for a big game. Look, few and far between in terms of the impact. A lot of these have been kind of exit rounds or exit frags or anti-eco at times, but there have been the pistol where he did get himself a multi-frag and.
Thật ra thì tiếng Anh bây giờ cũng mòn rồi anh em ạ, tại vì ít sử dụng. Mình chủ yếu dùng tiếng Anh để viết mail thôi, chứ mình cũng không dùng tiếng Anh nhiều đến thế. Kiểu bây giờ kiểu cũng ít giao tiếp ấy, có làm gì đâu. Nên sắp tới chắc phải dùng nhiều hơn rồi. Cụ thể là tháng 5 nhỉ anh em nhỉ? Giữa tháng 5 là có khi là phải dùng nhiều ấy. Giữa tháng 5 có khi là phải dùng tiếng Anh nhiều phết đấy nhỉ? Swing tường Viper cái đầu mùi à?
Just Cruz and Leviathan left. If he continues to jiggle peek to his own peril, down he goes. Just Leviathan in a 1v4. Possible bonus. Very likely for Varel now.
Would be a good way to get back into the game. Leviathan's just missed the timing there, unfortunately. He's got to set up across.
Tao điên lắm rồi đấy nhá.
But it's not where Varel look interested in going here.
Tao điên lắm rồi đấy.
Prowler for Zuna. Does have the haunt in 1 second here, so he's going to use all of his fade utility, just clearing out the A side as safely as possible.
Cover going out.
A nice easy plant for LP.
30 seconds left.
This definitely cannot go wrong. Just Leviathan to try and circle around.
Hay là mọi người ơi,
Pops that door.
hay là mình hủy lịch trình của 36 độ Valorant VCT Pacific không anh em? Anh nghĩ sao nhỉ? Em nghĩ sao nếu chúng ta gọi là một chút gọi là tạm hủy lịch trình 36 độ Valorant của VCT Pacific.
Has done a really good job on the front foot, just pushing through spawn side. It's going to allow the pivot into spawn here. Zuna will definitely go down, but
Em nghĩ sao?
I mean, outside of that, 3 guns is still nice.
Mình bận một chút vào mấy ngày cuối cuối ấy.
I think it's 5 for Varel. Have converted their bonus, really nicely done. 5 up on the attacking side, and I think with 3 in a row to start off this half, this should be.
Giả sử là mình có một cái việc gì đấy mình bận đấy.
This is their map pick, so the attacking side playbook should be good from them.
The Rays and the Neon.
Timeout.
Timeout now called, I suppose, by the Full Sense squad.
Yeah. Well, not much to work with in this particular round, but a little bit of discussion about how to tackle this comp here as Full Sense. You've got the head coach and skirmish man, and then vet of the Thai scene, Sushi Boys, ex-teammates with a handful of these players. Or played against them in the past.
Also just kind of thinking around how this Phoenix is meant to work on the defensive side.
Yeah. Like I said, I think the rubble fight is going to be something that isn't as clean for them as you would have with a Raze or something like that. But I think the Phoenix very strong on the B and the C sides of the map, on this map in particular.
Closer spaces.
It interacts very well with the Viper wall. Like, I actually think the Phoenix is very good versus Viper. I think any kind of flashes with Viper being on the other side of things, it's the kind of thing where you can definitely use their wall against them in some regards. That's where Varel need to be cognizant of it and play patiently. They need to take their time, you know, pumping the wall up and then forcing a reaction out for Full Sense, maybe try to bait out some of those traps earlier than they might want to pull them.
Start things off with a C's Molly.
Big setup on the C site here, and it looks exactly where Varel are heading.
Em nghĩ sao nếu mà chúng ta làm một chương trình 36 độ Valorant mà có cả Linux, nhưng mà chỉ là một chương trình gọi là co-stream hả anh em?
With Mount secured, does secure himself the orb and is now one of the showstopper, and after the
Một chương trình 36 độ Valorant mà có cả Linux, anh nghĩ sao?
This is just ping-ponging up the map control. This is exactly how you want to play Lotus. Create pressure on one side of the map to pull a rotation and then take space elsewhere.
Orbs as well, just to try and keep that momentum going for the remainder of this second half. You can slow walk up with that wall over onto A site now.
Yeah. Killua just tickling the door. Threatening breaking that one open and making something happen.
Được không anh em?
Yeah, Varel just contact.
Nhưng mà nhá, 800 anh em ở đây ơi. Nếu như chương trình đó mà chúng ta không xem ở trên kênh của Tumi thì có được không anh em? Nếu như chương trình đó chúng ta không xem ở trên kênh này thì có.
You're making the right decisions. The attacking side's going well on your map pick. This could be the start of a comeback. They've got a lot more work to do, but so far so good.
It's a welcome sight either way. Starting to spread out a little bit for a potential hunt if they pick up a scent here or there, and that's showstopper.
Giả sử thôi.
Smoke kind of gives up position towards the flank as well. Outlaw moves into position. We'll just spot a couple players over on the tree. Catches a straggler. And everyone else, just don't die to spike.
Yeah, keep the guns up. Full Sense on a bit of a suicide mission. Wow, into the side, try to keep them interested. But that is about as clean as Nico gets.
Thật ra vẫn sẽ làm 36 độ Valorant anh em nhá. Tin chuẩn. RRQ Tumi. Let's go.
To start out their attacking side, but now things get more difficult. Full Sense do have the operator out on Jit Boys here. How's Prumi looking? Does he have a run it back yet? Because we're getting pretty deep into this half, and I'd imagine the Phoenix definitely has one at this point. Yep.
So a good chance for Full Sense to fight back as well. You got Jip Boys on an operator line now.
Yeah, towards the C side of the map, which is where Varel will be active. Nice jump spot from Klaus. Spots out the op though. And you didn't lose a player for it. Cruz on front B here, ready with the paranoia. Varel ran this exact same setup
Nhiệm
on
vụ
their defense.
X-Store 2.000 nhật thạch. Chơi PRX nếu vào được chung kết không? Banh cái gì? Cọc đi rồi làm. Cọc đi thì làm.
And that's Leviathan's cue to pop off. Just one kill for now. At the same time, slight slip over from
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
Nguyên nhưng mà tên dài hơn cho dễ nhớ đã ném 100.000 đồng cho em Tumi.
Cảm ơn Nguyên 100.000 nha. Đùa.
Thấy lên làm tao phải coi lưng. Lên
Thề đây lại bảo nói đùa. Kênh chat ơi.
Thành công.
Nãy giờ phải reply mail của DHL. Đây này. Từ che tên của bên ấy đi đã cái. Nãy giờ trả lời mail của DHL anh em ạ.
LP deals with him nicely. 4K from the IGL of Varel.
Thì đéo thằng LP.
Viper is an agent that he's quite comfortable on.
Thằng LP thế nào lại có được 4 kill đâu rồi vậy?
But he is one of these players that is almost a bit Munchkin-esque on this agent. He loves to be aggressive by nature. You've seen that from him on his chamber, on his Yoru in the past. But Viper is another agent that he does like to be quite aggro on. And with your Viper being the lurk in this comp and Varel playing these 1-4s, it really streamlines the calling. When your IGL is the player on the wing, and he can just call around himself, it can have massive upside if you're finding the right rotations and the right reads.
Saw some inklings of that on Split last week.
7-10 mẹ rồi đấy. Chưa tài đâu Funsen ạ.
I mean, brought them that overtime against RRQ. Maybe this will be that comeback that they've been really yearning for as they start things off. Trying to bait
Thật,
up positioning.
trận này nhá, mà có map 3 tụi anti Funsen đến cuối đời luôn. Thì nếu như mà nhá, mà có map 3 tụi anti Funsen đến cuối đời luôn, 12 thành 17.
In that last round, he saw him pick Jip Boys. I mean, if that's a kill that goes the way of the op, then it would have been a bit more disastrous. But so far, it's working perfectly for Varel. 2 easy kills on the operator, secures the pit for LP. And Varel stonks are going crazy.
Đây vào đấy có thua được Team Secret không á? Làm gì có chuyện gọi là đội tuyển mạnh nhất thế giới lại thua gọi là kho điểm Pacific được anh em.
Otherwise, a 5-round win streak, potentially the 6th. Well, most
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
Khe đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Tumi oi Tumi. Tưởng tượng cảnh RRQ vào CK xong Tumi mùi costume với sale RRQ chắc khóc mất.
Nhờ Khải nhờ. Cảm ơn Khải 10.000 nhá.
Committing grand larceny in broad daylight. Overdrive pulled down now. Surely they cannot flip this round on its head.
Oh, Nightfall as well. Now you know no one's around Waterfall. You have a pretty good idea of where Zexy is. His opponents are low though. Nay to stall as much as possible away from the spike. This is my home. Get out! Do not be Harry Dresser around this! And he's just going for the quick sidestep tap. Red Bull clutch.
Never mind.
Is back in the game.
Never mind. Nó là con rơi ạ.
Red Bull clutch from Zexy to save a very sticky situation that Varel put themselves in. Let's be honest. Jip Boys getting away with this much on a bandit with 3 players in position to trade him. It's not something that should ever be happening. Sort of 3-fire Jigga 1-tap. And we head back into yet another gun round. No operator this time for
Ôi đặt đồ ăn đã, đói quá.
Who once again are trying to test this C mount control, but they've scanned the Vice on that side of the map, and that's already a big tell for Varel.
Just a couple more jump spots, if anything.
Ball goes up. Varel creep out. Nightfall as well as the overdrive and the pit. So they've got a couple of ults to kind of open up around like this and streamline a post plant. But again, with LP on the lurk every single time, it's going to actually be pretty hard for them to end up in a post plant with the pit unless they pivot over to his side of the map later on.
That might be the intention. They're thinking about baby door. A couple of spams and checks into the smokes as well, where Shitboys is crouched. Prowler across, and he's looking for the kills. Kilo with support, but there goes Sexy Cinder.
9-10.
Setting up all around it. Crosshair's train is
Hussein ơi, đừng để tôi chửi các ông.
once again.
Tôi không muốn chửi đâu, tôi muốn là người văn minh cơ.
On the cross by LP, who is having a phenomenal game right now for Varel. This is exactly
tôi muốn được làm người văn minh cơ.
Zexy gets his showstopper off the back of that plant, but the patience that Varel are showcasing is excellent on this attacking side. Just look how long they wait outside a lobby here. They're just putting the Viper wall up, going, okay, we're going to take a few more steps forward. Let's see what Full Sense do. They tap the door. They wait. Finally, Full Sense pulls the trigger on the trap play. Prowler goes forward. You could see Shitboys inside of the dark cover just itching for a fight. And as soon as Full Sense pulls the trigger on that play, you've got Cinder hiding behind Rubble. You've got a big crossfire between door and outside of B. And Varel just rips them apart.
Patience pays off. Might have to start thinking about bind soon. Full Sense. Both timeouts spent, and even with the guns coming in, somehow just not quite able to fend off Varel or to even hold.
LP's just continuing his phenomenal work from just the last series against RRQ. Had a big time series for himself.
Quách của Full Sense là ai thế á? Thì lớp farm hay sao ấy? Lâu lắm rồi.
Back then though, but hopefully today, the calling and the carry potential that this man does have will be enough to get them across the line against Full Sense, because we've got a series on our hands. Did not look like it over on Haven, but Lotus is certainly delivering. And the Varel fans in the audience are getting G'd up now. Heck yeah. They always have a good turnout for these games.
4 ults online for Varel. That cycling across. You're potentially tying up the scoreline in this round. Full Sense marching down C Mount.
Straight into B with the showstopper for Varel. And they need to be cognizant of this flank. Zexy going looking for somebody, anybody. He's pivoted his way into spawn. In goes the pit, and Varel will set up the plant inside of it.
See, with a showstopper though, then Full Sense has no idea where this guy could be. Might be hiding with a team on site or just exploring off somewhere else. Actually, Full Sense might not be anticipating it even. Cruz could just go down.
Thi đâu, thằng Thi đó chấn thương tay mà.
And that will be a kill secured.
Hết rồi. Chết Crew ở C-Link thì khỏng rồi. Coi như đã hết.
Primi and Shitboys now breaking through. They've set themselves up into the site. Boombots and everything to clear through. Klaus running out of the overdrive, and he's out of range with that judge. So as long as Primi can take down these two, this is still a possible round for Full Sense. Shitboys takes the kill towards the back lane, and then just Sexy to swing out. Primi does not miss a single shot.
How have they won that? That is ridiculous. Varel had the pit down. The entirety of Full Sense zoned away, and they fumbled the bag. They're on their way out the door. Just at the last second, Full Sense catches them there. Seal Garden traded for overdrive. I was like, okay, Klaus got 2 kills inside of the broken door. This round's over. But you can never count out Primi, man. Just perfect cover. If there's any player as just hold the spike down that's covering you.
Hay mình im mẹ đi nhỉ? Mình bây giờ mình livestream mình lên mình chỉ xem trận đấu không? Ông cuối trận mình nói giáp này kia không?
Yeah. That's where the news gets a little bit worse for Varel. They've done a lot of good work completing a comeback into this game. Cruz a little unlucky through a smoke and a box to get digged down there. Low on HP already. Once again, Zexy quick over onto front B. Not as zealous as he was in the last round. He was really just looking for the vice wall, but that's...
Mẹ tao chưa đi cái kênh cô stream nào mà viewer bảo streamer là mẹ mày nói ít tôi ấy. Điên rồi.
And over on the other side of the map, once again, they've crept up C Mount and looking to put some pressure on the flank.
Goodness, they've been doing this for the past like 3 rounds now, and now Feral slowly creeping alongside the toxic screen.
Leviathan not spamming away. As said, got a full tree set up there, and that is where Barrel are heading, but he's not really in position to play off of that util.
Face your fear!
Just to buy time as much as possible, wait for the rest of the gang to join with him. That's Full Sense's intention, all right, but will it actually pay off? Feral waiting out the VIE's utility before marching through.
30 seconds.
Shit boys, the rest of the gang now streaming into tree. They use the Viper wall, actually. Meanwhile, Feral trying to pivot all the way across, perhaps. They want to end up over on B. Leviathan will get caught out by Cinder now, but look at Cruz as well. LP suddenly springs up from behind. 10 seconds left.
Break out the red panties.
Tries his
We're rich,
darndest
baby.
to stay alive.
đã ném 10.000
Còn
đồng
view
vào
10.000 nha.
Is secured.
BLV Tumi đẹp
1v3
hơn.
for Cruz. Is it possible?
Stinked up since the start of the round. He's been down and out. Since day dot, drops himself a dark cover, but low on HP with the high load to contend with. Open plant. Klaus is wrapping on him. A very experienced player, but in this situation, it should be untenable. Easy as you like for Varro.
10-11.
Just trust a no-nonsense setup. And I was saying that Full Sense was calling circles around them on the attacking side, but it was quite the opposite this round. Just gorgeous from Varro. They take control of that A site, they tap the spike, but they don't rush things. They're well aware that the flank is a problem. The runner back's been invested. Look, we could have clipped that replay a little tighter and not shown the whiff. Come on, didn't have to do LP like that, but it's all good. Still got the job done. Really, really nice mid-rounding from Varro. They bait out the runner back, they run into spawn, and we're just kind of one step ahead of Full Sense on that retake there.
Feral G'd up as much as possible. Same approach all the way over onto A.
I mean, this is where you're just trying to keep your opponents guessing, really. At times, it's just LP solo over here, but then in some of these rounds, you let him go forward and be the first player, but you've got the rest of the team behind him.
Lucky for Cruz now. And pretty much going to get contacted soon enough. He's already had to deal with the utility. Now seized up as well. Breaking through. Full Sense, they do have some players close by. We'll see if the weapons can do anything. Primi with the Vandal. Stays up top on Heaven. Trying to pick his targets as much as possible, but look at Feral. Again, patience as how they work their way around this site, bit by bit.
They just keep outplaying them in these mid-round skirmishes, whether it's post-plan or not. As I mentioned before, they've kind of been baiting out these traps. When we head on to the post-plants and kind of these late-round situations, it feels like Feral is reading exactly what Full Sense wants to be going for. And as mentioned before, often the patient approach is the correct approach for Feral. Just waiting for kind of Full Sense to overcook things. And as a team like Full Sense, when you've been smashing these guys on Haven and in the first half, you're just thinking like, how are we not winning these duels in the mid-round? It's got to be getting frustrating at some point. You just want to close out the game, but Feral won't let you. LP now on the operator, solo out this A side of the map. Prowler dodged in the middle of the map.
Last potential buy for Full Sense as well. 13-11 on the cards for Feral as they once again play things slow and steady.
Zexy is just waiting for a jump spot on this A side of the map. Zexy in the middle of the map, waiting for a push. And Feral just denying information on C Mound, just keeping their options open and calling in the mid-round yet again. And you can just
một key round
going up and
có
down,
thể
up
là
and
sẽ
down
ảnh hưởng
over
đến
that
việc
A
là có
side
map
of the
3
map.
hay không.
Seeing if there's some kind of trap. There's LP tapping the door in the middle of the map. Zexy does at least confirm that one player was looking for something, and that is a tell in and of itself. Full Sense were looking for information there. Now they know the Vice is over here.
Oh, but the Thorns, that's going to keep Klaus rooted down. Suddenly, however, the swing
lại là bắn nhau, The Rise Wing là bắn nhau tiếp, đùa.
A firing squad marching back over onto the A site now. Cruz has to receive, and unfortunately the Guardian shots will not.
Thằng già đứng giữa đường, đéo hiểu.
Just couldn't quite calibrate there, and Barrel's looking on for a 12th here. Showstopper secured by Zexy to go into.
Ôi, bắn như thế là phải bắn map 3 vậy.
What you want, big Razor on the cards. And once again, playing a high percentage post plant from Tree off the Fade util.
Same situation, almost the same situation as before. Leviathan might have a flash, but I don't really see how this is likely. Dodging util, quite a bit of time. Oh, Showstopper, okay.
Just trying to 100% the round. Not shot in the right position, but it's going to buy a lot of time off the spike.
My goodness. No nonsense approach indeed.
Tao
I don't
phải
even know if they needed the rocket
tao phải
there, I gotta
anti
be
bọn
honest.
full send này đến cuối đời mất.
That is the kind of situation where you just want to secure map point. On the side of Varel though, when the second half scoreboard looks like that, I don't think you care what ults you have, you don't care what situation it is, you are cooking these guys. Ults or no ults, you're going to be winning yourself the 24th round. I think they trust themselves enough to get it done, even without the Raze ult, and I can't blame them.
It's a fair call. Either way, however, Full Sense are kind of broke in this potential last round.
Zexy's got an outlaw. LP's got an outlaw.
Yes.
So many players without armor here on Full Sense. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Your Vice is
Head.
already dead. Oh no.
Perfect read on the situation, and also an open C site now, especially with Leviathan getting taken down. They're reading this round to round.
Well, relay ball. Nightfall invested. Could be a quick flood back in here for Full Sense.
It's an attempt. They've got the Prowlers as well, but look at Varel evacuating the site. Overdrive.
Ulti đéo giết được ai. Để đi hết.
Just looking for anyone, possibly, but Varel are nowhere to be found. In fact, it's a Nightfall, a nightmare, a dream situation suddenly gone sour for Full Sense as they try to set themselves around the defuse, body blocking. It's desperation hour. Is it possible? Crowd! No!
Thế mà OT.
Stolen it away from Varel right at the last possible second. We've got overtime.
I can't believe that, man. I thought they were about to 11-1 them on the comeback. But it's not good enough. That's what it takes to get Full Sense around on the defense. Just a ninja defuse inside of the dark cover. That should never be allowed to happen. Going to be bitterly disappointed as Varel. And if they end up losing this game of Lotus, they're going to be watching that back and kicking themselves.
Mental resilience, perseverance now matters more than anything. They've done well to make it this far. Just 2 rounds to send it to a third map. Varel, they've always shown signs of life. Let's go.
It's been a while since we saw the attacking side for Full Sense, but let's not forget they 10-2'd Varel to open up this game of Lotus. Operator in position here for Leviathan, looking for any kind of overextension for Varel, but none will be found. Sense now exploring their options over towards this A side of the map, looking to deny information, and they do secure rubble control, while the rest of the boys go towards Mound.
Well, you know how fond they are of bullying LP. Thing is, though, Varel trying to send a support squad down pillar. Is Killua aware?
Triple swing in the middle of the map.
Chúng nó có stick 3 thằng đi với nhau này đúng không?
Clear all of that space, but instead it's a contact. Once again, looking to find LP here. The operator on the line, but I think it's been spotted.
Thấy rồi.
Bite, full disengage for LP to play for the retake here.
5v5 retake. At least Varel does have utility. They're trying to play around pillar.
Tumi ơi, anh giải thích sao về việc Full Sense chỉ thắng 2 round ở phòng thủ mà 2 round đầu anh đều kêu hết với không thể thua?
Full Sense looking for a potential wraparound as well through spawn.
Yeah, Paranoia
Anh
will
sẽ
join
không
them
chửi
away as
ai
well,
bị
but look
ngu
at
đâu.
LP, he's been very sneaky, but maybe a little bit too sneaky. Varel, 2 players caught in transition.
Turn up the lights because the thieves have been spotted and caught
ngay.
red-handed. Suna though.
Hút ngay trong PRX bắn.
Jar, but Premi and Killua will punish. It's 13-12, and Full Sense once
Hút
again
ngay trong PRX bắn cái.
within range of locking playoffs.
I cannot believe that we're going to end up in a situation where Varel might lose this map. After the run that they had, they're going back onto their attacking side now though, so once again, all they need to do is win an attacking side round on Lotus, and they've been doing that all day long today.
It was a counter 10-2. Yeah.
It was meant to be a counter 10-1, 11-1, sorry. If not for Cruz.
Damn Cruz. Well, back over onto the rubble fights, and Varel with the patience game once again. Trying to pick their targets. All the utility and flashes get drawn across, but this time Klaus gets caught.
Yeah, the trap doesn't quite find its mark, but unfortunately Klaus caught a little bit out of position. Zexy seen on the fadeaway though. Full Sense might want to have another crack here. No, they're
Lại
going
dựng
to
tường lên.
with the opening that they found with the
Bên kia 3 thằng nó cứ dính với nhau thôi, kệ thôi.
really removes a lot of the entry potential and the punching power. And Full Sense in the mid round go and re-clear front B.
Lại Tumi ơi, tất like cho anh L like à? Khó. Đấy nhá, nếu như mà Nguyễn Tấn Tài yêu cầu như vậy rồi thì hay là mình đáp ứng người ta không anh em? Để tôi tắt like cho anh L, anh ghi like.
Prowler does try to take a crack at Cruz, but he deals with it nicely. Now Snakebite and then Prowler off the line, but look at this flank.
Sao? Zit Boy bắn vậy thì ok đi anh em.
VIE-ENG with the disengage. Feral wants to get the spike down on B just quick.
30 seconds left.
Zuna tapping that one. They're not forcing the
Thật,
plant.
5 củi tắt. Không khó.
Trying to keep full sense guessing.
Still waiting.
Trying to bait out as much as possible, but full sense. Stay disciplined.
Không 5 củ, không tắt máy anh em nhá.
Running out of time. LP. In a cheeky, breaky position, but fully contacted by 3.
It's been so good today, but that just wasn't the engagement he was looking for.
This is a barrel that has truly, definitely gotten the wind knocked out of them. Just Zexy and Zuna, they've been doing quite well so far today, but ultimately overwhelmed through Tree.
Nói thế chứ sắp có đội tuyển hay nhất thế giới bắn anh em ạ, không thể nghỉ. Thế mà cũng để nó lên OT lại các bố Usain luôn.
And the TIE squad have locked themselves
in
for playoffs. Almost breaking a sweat. It was down to overtime, but they still make it in.
You can see Cruz on the stage there. He cannot believe they've won that game of Lotus. He thought it was over. He's probably already thinking about Mind. But pulling off the ninja defuse in round 24 and then winning both of the OT rounds.
Varel 03.
Well played for Varel, but at one point do you start to look at a 13-11 loss?
Vẫn còn quá non ở Pacific anh em ạ. Thằng Leviathan này được mét 6 vậy anh em. Trông bé nhở.
Gotta be disappointing and demoralizing. Now 0-3 in their group.
À không. Xem của Bim Bim thì chắc được mét 6 đấy.
I tell you what, keep your head held high, boys, because at the very least they did put up that
không xem Bim Bim làm trông lùn tịt.
Either way, full sense in all their glory are the ones to
make bé xíu anh em ạ.
Relatively flawless enough. I mean, Primi, Killua, they've had their moments, but today it felt like effort by committee.
Yeah, I mean, you had an outstanding game from Leviathan on Haven there as well.
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
Nguyễn đã ném
Cảm Nguyễn An 20.000 nhá, tối nay chứ. Sáng mai, tối nay anh em ơi. Cái gì đấy Giang Hà ơi. Gỡ cờ lê Giang Hà được không á? Anh em ơi, donate 10k gỡ cờ lê Giang Hà. Donate đúng 10k gỡ cờ lê Giang Hà luôn.
네, 방금 경기 승리를 거둔.
Ôi, Zali hôm nay xinh ấy anh em. Zali xinh điên luôn đấy. Chết mẹ. Jimmy, khả năng nhót. Từ từ, có bài yours của ai nhỉ? Có bài yours của ai đấy anh em ạ? Yours của Chanyeon. Đợi tí. Nó đéo đi anh em ạ.
Break out the red panties. We're rich baby.
Xvic đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Lên tiếp cho em bài Bright to the Moon GOT 7CK yêu ơi.
Ok nha.
Out on the first Masters title, they want to come for the second, but that doesn't work unless you start stringing wins together, unless you start looking confident and really dominating the teams that you should cleanly beat.
Yeah, that's right. They've lost their huge streak of not qualifying to
Không thể thua.
first time last year.
Hãy tin tôi anh em ạ. PRX không thể thua.
The squad that's been together the longest in this region.
Yeah, I mean, the foundations of this team have been together since the very beginning here, the partnership era. So, have high expectations as always for this team. And typically, when we see PRX get into a slump, it's only a matter of time before they dig themselves back out of it. The question is, does the slump continue from last week into this one? Does it take a little bit longer for them to really try to find that comfort? I think with Breeze, at least off the rip, we should be seeing some pretty immediate comfort for something in particular, because my full expectation is that he is going to be playing the Jet.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so. I think...
Mùa sau Team Secret chắc đít bàn mua lại team tier 2 khác á. Hết năm nay coi như là hết hợp đồng rồi mà. Quan tâm gì đâu.
Yeah.
Oh, Forsaken Xeon is so cool.
Đây rồi, Forsaken Neon anh em ơi, không còn là Zoru nữa.
Let's go. On the side of Team Secret, they'll also be playing that Jet, but the key for me is Kelly on that KO.
Something Z, đơn giản, một trận thắng.
So no surprises, I think it fits the map of Breeze very nicely. So very curious, he's the one to watch for me for Team Secret. We know how good he can be. He has to put a stop to PRX today.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun first map. I'm glad we're starting with Breeze, to be honest, and nothing that's really going to be too swingy either way. I think Team Secret could do something a little funny, a little bit upsetting for some people on the very first map.
It very well could happen.
All right, time to send it to our casters. Pilsky and Quack, how are you feeling about this match?
I think we're feeling pretty fired up for this one. Hell yeah, Team Secret versus PRX, the Southeast Asia El Clasico, if you know.
Không phải Komodo là được rồi anh em ơi. Không phải Komodo là được nhá.
It should be interesting. I mean, we've already had an upset in the skirmish. I mean, I used to cast Alex
Komodo is not my cup of tea.
Like that was something completely out of his wheelhouse. Usually, incredible stuff from him. Yeah. I think the Breeze pick is an interesting one for Secret. I think they've thrown a curveball against PRX. The problem is, PRX are 5-0 from their last 5 games on this map, and they're beating some of the best teams in the world over at Masters, on Breeze in particular, with only a one change of the THEO going out, the Neon coming in. It's the same player playing that duelist, so I don't think they're going to need much of a change on this map. And for Team Secret, they're going back to something that you used to see from them all the time. KO Soba, these kind of comps are the kind of comps that the old team when they were full Filipino used to play. They used to be very comfortable playing double init of this kind when it was in the meta. You know, you'd see a lot of Ascent with these kind of comps. Like this used to be one of the most standard comps in Valorant.
It's always been the case. A lot of comfortability, in fact, actually, for both sides.
Mời anh em ăn cơm nha. Cùng PRX ăn Secret nha anh em.
As we step over onto Breeze, Team Secret versus PRX begins now.
We'll see how it does go. PRX coming off a very disappointing loss against Gen.G. That was quite the upset for them to handle. For Team Secret, however, I mean, already that statement is a little bit worrying for PRX, but for Team Secret, they're 1 from 11 maps so far in 2026. So I don't know how much more optimistic you're feeling about their prospects here.
Yeah, especially if you're thinking about their upcoming opponents as well, but either way, LUπαιNG is focused onto this start with Forsaken right around the corner, a little bit of a jiggle, and the relay bolt that fully collapses across with something on peaks. Jing providing assistance with the bandit.
Đối mày cũng va mà.
Plants as well for PRX, so they're not too uncomfortable as Jing.
Cứ phải để Jing làm mà, đùa anh Thịnh ơi.
Over the top of Berserks and Kelly, yes.
Yeah, the bandit just cleans up there. Big trap over on elbow. Relay bolt plus paranoia with the peak coming in from the jet. Just a 1-2 punch that completely catches Team Secret off guard right from the get-go. Jing just continuing to dominate with this pink crosshair at the moment. I think a lot of people are going to be copying that one. Yeah, the bandit, a pistol not easy to make work, but Jing makes it look incredibly easy. This guy's just in phenomenal form right now.
Absolutely. As they walk over into the next round, you know, 2 sheriffs still, something over on a judge inside a shop, not seeing anyone at all. Team Secret just to dive head first into this B site where PRX is pretty much in position. 3 stack, waiting for contact outside of the wall. First one goes down, it's Rimuru. Close range with the shock darts and the classic as well, and DeVi is still pretty much unscathed. Envy towards the back site. Distance on the stun, and DeVi just continues to pick his targets.
Yeah, easy retake for PRX, destroying Util in all the high percentage positions. Smoking off A main and going back on in as soon as the wall and the smokes go down for Team Secret, who do secure themselves a spike plant. And going forward to their first round. Let's see what they have prepped here on Breeze. They picked this map for a reason. As mentioned, PRX has got a pretty good record on it after the end of Pacific kickoff going into Masters Santiago. So I dare say they're feeling quite fine with this map getting picked by their opponents.
What song is that?
I don't know.
We're too old.
Listen, I'm too hipster to know what song that is, Quack.
Well, keep an eye on the guns in this round for now. PRX still going to be a tough fight ahead of them.
It is just it is just a bonus. I mean, Secret are very pinned back here. They're waiting for any kind of aggression, any kind of faster play for PRX to try to pull something a little bit unorthodox with the weaker weaponry. Similar to what we saw from Farrell in that last game. You can see Berserk's just putting his wall up and down, trying to bait out a reaction for PRX. They're quite happy to play things patiently to start things off. Flash and a recon bolt thrown up into middle with a bit of information denial for Team Secret. They're just trying to, again, see what PRX does in response to that. Very patient stuff from the defense.
A potential good sign, if any, from a team that can be a little bit over-eager sometimes, but this will incite Team
Tách một đống người ở B vào để something bắn chết đúng không?
His way in towards A main by himself here, clears it all out over on the other side of the map. Team Secret wait behind Devi's wall.
Vào đà vai cầm Phantom bắn chết 4 là đẹp này.
Hand for him to anchor this B site.
I said last week he is the danger. Streams across over onto back site. Has support with something close by. He's the one with the Phantom as well, though, Devi. So if he's able to convert this into alt points and kills for the team, that would be big. However, goes down to Kelly, yes. Berserk's on a bit of a flank as well. Nobody's really watching the rear, but it's Forsaken with the judge. Trying to walk through. Unfortunately, range not supporting. And then you're down to just 2v3. Jing makes it a wild swing, takes down 2 with the Guardian, no less. Berserk's, though, still out from behind, tries to stall as much as possible, has a slight gap.
Đèn quá anh em ơi. Quả smoke của Jing không kín. Quả smoke của Jing bị lỗi anh em ạ.
Unfortunately, just a hair off, thrown in towards A main there, and that's enough of a line for Berserk's to do exactly that. He swings across, sees that the spike is red, and he knows that Jing is sticking it to completion. Drops the snake bite on him and then cleans him up on the paranoia, but regardless, I mean, that coming down to a 1v1 is more close than Team Secret wanted it to be, really. Lost a lot of guns versus the bonus there.
Let's go.
But they're happy with the result nonetheless.
Team Secret did put out content piece earlier on saying that all the players, they're not nervous at all.
Đây là có ốp rồi. Có ốp bú anh em ơi. Có ốp là anh Thịnh làm hết.
We'll kind of see how it all pans out with Team Secret once again kind of taking things slow.
This is a classic. Jet put on the elbow info line. Just being able to deal with any kind of pivot back towards that B side of the map, and now the defense can play accordingly. PRX takes full mid control. Retake on A for the time being, but all the cards are really in their hand. They can choose exactly how they want to approach this retake. Team Secret group dumped into A main, just looking to simplify this round. Hunter's Fury is at the ready for Jesse Vash. Kelly has one off of his null command.
We'll see if those two can stay alive, especially for Jesse Vash. Smoked off for now, but a simple pot flash could do the trick. Back at 0 point first to clear out the early portion of the pyramids. Then Hunter's Fury to allow them full access.
Yeah, plant goes down for Kelly S. Now he has his KO ultimate that could actually cause some problems on the retake for PRX.
Một thằng cháu đã đi. Hai thằng, ba thằng.
Hunker down with Jing and Devi, close range. Now the only two players all around shop or cave.
Và Flawless.
Jesse Vash unable to play around the
thằng Invi nó cầm súng nó chĩa vào đồng bào rồi anh em ơi. Thằng Invi nó cầm súng nó chĩa vào đồng bào rồi.
PRX taking all of that map control early on. Getting the Jet on that elbow info line is such a cheat code for Breeze. You basically just cut the map in half. Easily kind of pivot to that mid control, and then you can just tackle this A retake head on. I didn't mind the way that Team Secret approached it. The drone to start things off, then you try to look for an opening kill with the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, that doesn't connect on anybody. The plant secures the null command, but PRX is just a little bit too sharp coming back in on that retake.
Could definitely trend upwards as well. Economy definitely not too good for Team Secret in this round. Meanwhile, something again, just happy to perch himself over towards window with that op line.
Yeah, under a little bit of pressure now, forced away, but Jinx here to back him up. Relay bolt and flood in for Forsaken. It's a complete shutdown.
A bit of shock and awe.
Dễ quá luôn đấy.
All stuck outside, not able to waltz through. Still at least a pistol kill for Sylvan, but otherwise, look
trận đấu vô vị điên mà.
It's just looking a little bit too easy for PRX. Rimuru does seem a little bit rattled after losing a skirmish to the coach. Still stuck on the donut here on the Jet, needs to get going. Can be a little bit hard to do so on the attacking side though with the Jet. Seen better duelists, more experienced duelists than this man. Start very slow on the attacking side of Breeze. Remember Buzz last season having
tí làm tí Forsaken Gecko hoàn thành nhiệm vụ hệ thống không nhỉ anh em nhỉ?
Cloudburst tailwinding in and just dying every round.
Anh em có làm tí nhiệm vụ hệ thống cho Forsaken gọi là farm nốt con Gecko để hoàn thành thử thách không?
He's just sitting behind the box, so not really worried about that window peak. But then the dart does secure the information that there is a few Team Secret players over there. And again, it's a very slow start to this round. Team Secret sitting all the way back in spawn, just holding angles. But PRX doing exactly what you want to see from them. Off the back of this contact from something, there's going to be a paranoia from Jing. It's such a juicy trap.
And Forsaken close by enough as well to join in on the fight. Punches through the time card, and there goes the flashes. The Hunter's Fury as well. Might be a bit overkill, but either way, PRX happy with the result. Forsaken now roaming across the middle. Will be able to get out of dodge with the slide. It's the Vi that relays forth with a double kill.
I mean, it's just such solid macro from PRX. Team Secret are giving them the whole map, and PRX are not overcooking it. That's the difference between, you know, a top-tier team on Breeze and a team with the less experience, is that you get in these positions, and if you over-peak, the whole setup falls apart. It's a bit messy from Forsaken, but we'll just breeze right past that. Zerx. Look, Spike dropped for him as he keeps tapping his wall, but with only 15 seconds on the clock, he's been scanned out by the dart.
Okay, I feel like I'm gonna hear Alex slamming the desk soon enough.
Oh, Gene, you've got to run, buddy!
No! Oh, okay. Oh. I genuinely, my heart skipped a beat.
I mean, the desk was cowering.
Carter cứ làm ra vẻ bất ngờ, thực ra có cái gì đâu anh em.
It's a timeout for Team Secret in
Bây giờ vẫn bắn như vậy suốt từ trước rồi mà.
No, there's different names for it, but what I used to like to call it is like the Goldilocks zone, where you get in a position that's not too deep, not too shallow, but just right. Where it's like you've got this deep info line, and you're holding it. You're not over peaking, and then you have a nice setup around it. And you can see the Team Secret, they're waiting for PRX to overcook. And I think
recommend cho anh em
matchup like this,
cơm HIMC nha anh
I
em.
think if PRX don't lose to Genji last week, they're probably running it down right now. But I think they're taking this
Cơm
matchup
HIMC
a little bit
giá
more
khá ok.
seriously and
Ngon.
just seeing how it goes to start. And they're playing things very properly, you know, you're not seeing over peaks, you're not seeing them dive into Team Secret's open arms as they sit in spawn and wait for peaks.
Well, that lasts a little.
Yeah, that last round was a bit. How you going?
Ăn được anh em ạ.
That's a hell of an analogy, though. I mean, the Goldilocks thing. Just wait for it to be just right.
I mean, yeah. I've definitely coached players who love to go a little bit too far. When
So
it's
I've
like,
heard.
if you freeze frame the round, and it's like, bro, if you just sit here, we win the round. But if you take one step to your right and peek into spawn and you get your head tapped, we lose the round every time. So you really need to know how far to push the issue sometimes. Where it's just like, if you just sit in this position, like, we just win. And I think that's what Something's doing very well right now. He's just sitting in good spots that just find him opening kills and kind of get a gauge on what Team Secret are doing without overcooking things.
100%. In fact, now you've got Devi sitting on B side as well with potential Viper's Pit. We'll set up all the utility just for the time being. Confirms a
Team Secret bắn cái kiểu gì nhỉ? Tay tuyển thủ thì không to lắm, thêm quả lối chơi tệ mà vẫn giữ khọng giá. Anh em cứ nhắn tin cho họ hỏi thăm thử em. Biết đâu lại giải quyết được vấn đề của người ta.
Entry on into the site there. It's the second wave of utility that will get Team Secret in.
Oh, he's going to hold on to the pit for now. Hide inside this. His opponent smoke with a shorty. See how Team Secret plays around it, though. Just trying to still watch for the spike. Instead, baits Devi into the open. Stinger will reply. Forsaken lets rip the overdrive. He hunts for targets, just trying to spam through all the corners. Pulls out the jump. Still has it just enough for the enemy.
Thằng thứ hai, thằng thứ ba, thằng thứ tư. Thằng cuối cùng.
Out from the back of tunnel. Crouched.
Anh em nào vừa subscribe thank you anh em nhiều nhá.
Bit too easy. Even though they lose Devi there, he buys more than enough time for the flood, which is exactly how PRX wants to play this. They're not playing the Yoru anymore, but very similarly on this defense, the fast lane goes up and the boys go in. See, Envy, Something, and Forsaken all diving into the site together, and that's kind of where things crumble for Team Secret. You need to see them play around this timing. Like, you want to see them get into a post plant and then have, yeah, nicely done, 2,000 kills for Envy against his old team.
I know, of all matches to earn this.
He's got most of those kills on Team Secret, guys.
Okay, well, a bit of response, but also Jing teleport right behind the boxes, and it's unchecked! Oh! He's gotten all four! It was a 1-4 split, and then Something with the operator to finish it clean.
4 cái mặt.
This is cyberbullying.
I gotta see a replay of that again.
He's 15-1.
I mean, no hate. What's the util? How did he get behind?
Let's pick Breeze, guys. He can't play Raze or Phoenix on these maps. Doesn't matter, mate.
Ridiculous.
Oh.
Oh, fucked up too. Nice bet or what?
Yeah, I can't kick down a guy who's on the ground, guys. Come on.
Đúng là đội tuyển mạnh nhất thế giới anh em ạ.
Still once again looking for that
Mà
recovery,
nó vẫn cứ là
but
deep.
this round at least not fully equipped with the blade storm. However, Rumura will make it an attempt all the way up through the guts of middle. Something first contact. First shot will whip as well, but the sidearm is immediately pulled out. Oh, and the movement coming back into it. You love to see it, but Kalia still finds the shot. Forsaken quick on his
Không có gì xảy ra ở tại map Brig cả.
Yeah, PRX have taken middle control and now they're pushing up the flank. Quick movement for Forsaken. Pit going down on the site though. Team Secret very much want this post plant for themselves on the half pipe. Drone goes up high looking for anything, but spammed out by PRX.
With Vandals, and then through contact, Envy makes it a silent walk, will take down Sylv, and right around the corner is Jesse Vash. Sheriff shot fired through, but instant response with
Hết anh em ạ.
Again. Say hello
Envy đội bắn như quỷ.
PRX now 8-1.
Just running at his old team. Zero respect being shown by Envy.
I like them apples.
You failed.
your team secret, you're not a fan of apples. That's for sure. More of a fan of like calamansi or something like that.
Hey, oh, you know ball. Oh boy. I mean, again, they picked this map, seeing, you know, little, I want to call them ideas.
You're seeing them getting cyberbullied in live action.
Ôi, bắn nhanh nhanh cái em Tumi lên sẵn sự kiện của ấy anh em ạ. VCT America với cả EMEA tối nay anh em ạ. Thật sự luôn đấy.
Quite prepared. 0 point gives him an inkling. He just goes in for the peek, gets out.
I mean, when something's playing a good game, he just reads the timings very well. But at the same time, if you're looking at how Team Secret is playing, it's very obvious when they're making moves. Like the Toxic Orb goes up or Astra Smoke goes up. You see a knife. Like, there's a lot of tells that show exactly kind of what they're going for. Drone goes in, Paranoia in response, Relay Bolt. Like, PRX is all over them right now.
Right? Textbook reads, textbook plays coming across as well. However, they'll have Sylvan spinning around 180 over onto the side. Kelias finds a kill, however, goes down afterwards with Forsaken still dancing all across the site. A brief moment of respite as Sylvan looks to pick up the spike off Cosmic Divide.
Yeah. Extends it with his own smoke just to be able to pick up that spike. Still has 1 star in the back pocket. Let's not count this man out. He has clutched big rounds at bigger tournaments than this one.
Even just days ago. Tries to reposition using the wall for cover and audio silencing. Close range operator, but something is just back home. Kicks his feet up on the couch. Channel search.
9-1 in 10 rounds. Doesn't even feel like it's been 10 minutes. Haven't been checking my watch, but this is a domination from PRX of the kind that we expected looking at this matchup. But this is what I'm saying, like, they're very readable right now. This is PRX just completely out-macroing them, maneuvering their way around the map, just being so fluid. And I think if you're Team Secret, this is where you're a little bit ultra-structured right now, playing the double init. And you need to start to
Sivan, người cũ ở T1 anh em nhé.
setups where you're baiting out some of that aggression, be cognizant of the fact that you're playing a double.
Thôi rồi, tôi nghĩ là tôi sẽ tranh thủ khoảng thời gian tham ao của hai đội để làm gì anh em biết không? Tôi sẽ lên sự kiện cho buổi livestream tối ngày hôm nay. Sau đó thì trận đấu này sẽ kết thúc vào lúc 6:30. Đấy. Khoảng chừng 6:30, 6:45 end game. Xong rồi chúng ta sẽ làm một chút Valorant anh em ạ. Tôi sẽ đi bắn một chút gọi là Valorant.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Right? I mean, don't let something get away for free.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's not much you can do about that when he's playing Jet peeking that angle, but you need to not give him, like, the opportunity. It needs to be, like, you know, cloud burst, underarm flash, or something like that, or a circle jump to try to throw the op off the line.
Not just 0 point.
Mai bắn không á? Có nha, từ đêm nay là bắn nha anh em ơi. Rạng sáng ngày thứ Bảy, rạng sáng ngày Chủ nhật và rạng sáng ngày thứ Hai, 3 ngày.
The skirmish.
He started him off on the worst possible score. 5-4 in the favor of Alex. I don't know, Alex might be at least 3 times in age of this guy. I haven't counted, but...
Close to it. Either way, though. Oh, come on, he's just walking down! Hunter's Fury now tossed in, and there is no reply! Berserk's just trying to hang back. It's a sheriff after all. An empty eco. But definitely one.
11.
PRX are happy to lap up.
Thế thôi.
Before it was like a whole setup.
Trình mình thế thôi anh em ơi.
That's exactly the
Trình
same
mình
kind
thế
of play
thôi.
that they've seen before, where it was something on that line with the Paranoia, and he'd be sitting there with the Hunter's Fury. So you've already been caught by that play earlier in the
Trình
game.
mình thế thôi.
And you get caught by the exact same thing, like 5 rounds later. It's not going to cut it.
Well, hopefully this is the round that the timeout was meant for. You have Null Command and Hunter's Fury. Last round of the half. Make it or break it.
Well, Team Secret securing control of A main. In goes the KO ultimate as well as the drone. Jing under a little bit of pressure now.
Still good to sidestep though, and unfortunately crosshair not quite there for remove. Wall up and down, something trying to slip through the cracks.
Anh thích lần.
PRX already getting into
Xin lát à?
position.
Làm gì có lát?
God.
Still got a tailwind. Just waiting for his opportunity is something. Wall goes up. It'll be an underarm.
Thế thôi.
Something so quick with it. Kelly S with quick reply and something that's a bit of a whip on the
Okay.
brainstorm.
Anh Thịnh ơi.
Then there was hope for PRX. I mean, for Team Secret. Excuse me. Oh my God. Well, Spike Plant now goes down, but then
Tốt là vai.
He's been hovering around for the longest time. Finds a quick burst against Berserks. Truly and controlled. It's just Forsaken though. Diving in.
Cường ơi.
Maybe too much individuality there. Just a VIE off towards the back and almost.
Tiếc thế, không bắn chết thằng già trước ạ. Ông già 12 cũng là nhanh rồi anh em ạ.
Second round for Team Secret. Took everything out of them to get it done. Ultimates, all of that util thrown into A main. And it still goes down to a 2v1 that they could have lost, but better than nothing. I think what they did is better than other rounds is exactly that. The second wave of aggression that I was kind of asking for, where it's like, everything is a little bit too vanilla. You need something a little bit spicy thrown in the mix, and I love that on the second wave of the wall, they underarm the KO flash and go on the front foot. Like, they're just playing a little bit too safe. Just take the shackles off.
Nào, nhanh lên nào, PRX ơi, map 2 nào.
Get into the mix a bit more.
Sang map 2, 12-3, 13-3, 13-2 là đẹp.
Okay. Score though. Even on the
400 ACS, 19 kill.
He's looking like the best player in the world right now.
3 lần chết là 6 assist. 1.6 KD ok thôi.
I mean, no, a little bit from the team as well, but he's just like walking down by himself around elbow and okay.
I mean, you always have a lot of fan support for Jing, but I think he's been a little bit underrated for quite a long time, just because he has so much star power for PRX. You have these big pop-off games from Forsaken, and then something is very entertaining to watch when he's popping off. But okay.
Yeah, a lot of experience. Yeah.
Xem dễ rồi đấy, chẳng cần làm gì.
I mean, the thing that stands out is just even on the Omen. I know.
Joman.
Yeah, the Joman is back. A big discussion has always been their raise, and the current map pool definitely helps him out so much. But even on the Joman, he's just 19-3.
Well, PRX onto the attacking side now. You get an elbow walk for Team Secret. They are crying out for a pistol. It's a messy exchange in the middle of the map, but looks like Team Secret wants to have a second go at this.
They'll try it with the recon, allows them to creep down further south. However, PRX has other ideas.
Yeah, back to B. But Kelly S on the off angle over there, going to throw the fragment to slow things down.
Could be enough, however. He is alone. The rest of the team has done well and quick to rendezvous, regroup towards the back of wall. And then to hold around the corner as well. Kelly S.
Sao anh Cường lại chết rồi?
Perhaps Jesse Bash goes down around him, and Jing closes the distance with a right click. Something still picking targets. The final one remaining. Sylvan, a clutch player if any, but in a situation like this, not clutch enough. The Ghost goes wild.
Không bị.
It's the VIE with the Sheriff.
Không bị anh em ạ.
A pistol again for PRX. 11-2.
ACS này nhiều kỷ lục Batman chưa Batman là lần trước là 500 người anh em ơi. 500 ACS cơ.
When not if.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Team Secret. Breeze has not really been played a lot at the moment, so I can understand they're trying to like mix up the map pool a little bit. So far in Pacific, it's just not really a map we've seen. Either it's been left as a third map decider, or it's been banned out in the veto a lot. But I mean, as I said, looking at PRX's record going into this game, picking this map against them, Jesus, I don't know, Rimuru.
1-14 rồi.
Can you even blame the guy when he starts some of the rounds like that?
But still.
That's still not a great game on the Jet.
I guess you relinquish mid for now as PRX, walk over onto Ace, get the spike down. Team Secret, if they can somehow sneak behind quick enough, maybe? That's a very big maybe.
Maybe they can get a kill. That's how I'm feeling about it at the moment. Unfortunately, Jing is the player that's closest to them. That's bad news as it stands. And it's just easy pickings for him. It's not even the player you want getting eco frags, because the Omen ult is not really what you want to be building up.
Break out the red panties.
Còn Nicao Kovac nha.
Nicao Kovac đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Một câu dốc để anh em cảm thấy trận đấu này bớt nhạt. Thời gian ở Mỹ gọi là gì?
Gun round for Team Secret.
Hoa kỳ phút.
Oh my god.
Không hài. Không hài, anh đi cao ơi.
Nothing to say about a game like this. They're getting absolutely demolished.
Không hài, anh đi cao ơi.
3-2 split. Try to play around screens. They've had mid walks before, but PRX just seem to be able to play with utmost confidence right now. Fast lane all the way up. They've already taken space around the door.
Yeah, quick one up middle.
Nhưng mà để mà nói em hãy cộng điểm cho anh bởi vì là mặc dù là không hài lắm nhưng mà đỡ nhạt hơn trận đấu này anh em ạ.
Sylvan and KLES, these are the two standouts to try to hold here for Team Secret.
They're boxed into corners now, however, but still putting up their dukes. Bit of a kill here and there, something for the trade. And then Sylvan to swing out!
Oh, Sylvan!
What is that snap?
Wow!
How is he doing this again and again out of
Sylvan
nowhere?
moment anh em ơi!
So around exactly like
Sylvan moment!
A game with
Sylvan
nothing in it,
moment!
and Sylvan just explodes. Highlighted it on the desk. KLES and Sylvan just put these multi-frags together out of nowhere. That's exactly what you're expecting from Sylvan. Incredibly sharp and holding some of these positions. Pops out of the Astra smoke. Has two players looking at him. But he's just far too quick.
1, 2, 3, and to the 4. Next round comes up and we want more. It's gonna be another play from Team Secret now as they take control over A main.
Push PRX away back towards this B side of the map. Progressional from Divide being prepped as something has already planted his feet in elbow, but Team Secret have got a pretty good read here. 3 players already on the B site.
See what Berserks can get away with. Snakebite to try and delay, but something's already broken through. Forsaken as
Gì Berserk rồi nhở?
Remove up around the corners, but something has found elevation. We'll get off of it right underneath.
Hay quá nhở?
Support with Forsaken coming over.
Vì Muru là 1. Thế rồi.
Makes it an attempt, but goes down at the
Thế rồi,
end.
13-3. Trận đấu kéo dài bao nhiêu phút anh em? Từ lúc tôi đi xuống lấy đồ ăn là bao nhiêu phút?
Still got some stars to play with as well as a double
20 phút.
fragment to get back into the
Trận đấu kéo dài 20 phút anh em ạ.
Forsaken quite low. It's a doable prospect, but this crossfire close is going to be the hardest thing to break here.
Flashes could do well. Support Sylvan if any. The barrel spotted out, something goes down, and there's Forsaken along with him. Like dominoes, they fall, and then there was just the last one
Chưa
left.
anh em.
Divine. Lovely. It's exactly what you wanted to see. 2 quick taps from Sylvan. He taps the spike, and KLES deals with the player. 4 up for Team Secret. Providing at least a little bit of entertainment at the end of Breeze here, but this, 8 rounds in a row against PRX, it's not coming together. Dug themselves a massive hole in the first half, which is such a shame because Sylvan and KLES on this defense are starting to cook a bit.
Bây giờ nhá, nó sẽ ra giường nằm. Xong ta quay lại, PRX phải thắng. Ta sẽ ra giường nằm.
Move onto the outlaw towards A or no middle.
Forsaken with a hero rifle. PRX take A main control. Have been hit by the KO knife though. Something secures himself. The Blade Storm. Both duelists have got some punching power here for PRX.
Trying to keep themselves invested as well. Utility drawn out here and there.
Drone goes back in. Jesse Vash looking for PRX in middle. He's seen the neon.
A refresh 0 point could be big. But PRX, no way! Just quick with the drive-by over onto A site, and then it's go time. With the walls up, Forsaken just slings in, and then for KLES, unfortunately not able to do too much. He's a sitting duck in that position. Jesse Vash, however, has managed to slip by. Will be able to take one down, but instantly traded by Jing on a Sheriff. Berserks, this is your time to shine, if any. He's able to take down 1, 2, but not the final. Envy with the Sheriff sits down his ex-team. The Thrifty to end out map number 1.
The domination right from start to finish from PRX. A couple of small little flashes of brilliance for Team Secret, but too far and too few. Now, 1-12 in maps in 2026. Just having a rough year for themselves. I mean, this is a matchup that has, in past years, been back and forth. You have seen Team Secret beat PRX in the last couple of series, but at least in terms of looking at these two teams on paper in present day, I just don't think it's a prospect worth considering.
Yeah, Bear saying, we'll take a pinch of salt with it, however you might want. But
I mean, a lot of salt for Team Secret after playing this game.
Definitely.
Thế rồi anh em ơi.
Instances and moments, but also just considering the circumstances surrounding it. Either way, though, PRX.
Anh Tumi test fit bóc ti chưa em xin review à? 500 rốt Valorant đã cắt chuộc từ stream của ông rồi. Bú phim ác. Đâu?
I mean, my memories of their split was
lại cắt chuộc bú phim chịu.
I don't think, to be fair, PRX are going to be playing like that, so that might be a little bit more palatable for Team Secret, who did actually have a pretty decent attacking side of their own. It's more their defense that I'm more worried about, and given the fact that PRX has picked split going into them, and Team Secret has elected to start out on defense, I'm gonna want to have seen.
Cắt quả siêu van hả? Tưởng cái gì? Siêu van thì thôi anh em ơi. Feed của bóc ti thì dùng tạm được anh em ạ. Feed đốt thì dùng tạm được anh em ơi. Cũng không ngon lắm. Nếu như mà anh em muốn mua fit thì tôi khuyên là anh em nên mua của X-Ray Pass. Mặc dù bây giờ tìm cái này hơi khó một tí. Đang hơi khan ở Việt Nam anh em ạ. Fit của X-Ray Pass thì dùng ok hơn. Nghe bài nhạc nào, nãy có ai order nhạc của tôi ấy nhờ? Hết rồi, hết nhạc rồi anh em ạ. Để tôi mở nhạc của tôi gái. Tôi mở bài này nhá anh em nhá. Nhân tiện mấy ngày hôm nay đang gọi là đắm chìm vào gọi là Bieberchella thì tôi sẽ mở một bài hát mà tôi rất yêu thích.
Break out the red
Một bài hát hay anh em ơi. Bài gì của anh Open nhỉ?
Break out the red panties. We're rich baby.
Miguel đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Xin bài Nobody Know của Côn nhà Azai.
Ok, Nobody Knows của cô Đe. Ok nhá, đợi tí. À, của Kid of Light hả? Không phải bài đấy à? My bad. Midnight Open. Nghe nhạc của anh tắt bật tắt trước nha mọi người nhá. Nhạc hay vậy luôn. Anh em vào trận rồi.
No reason. So I'm very curious, are they going to change agent comps? No, it looks like they're kind of sticking with it. The only difference is Omen.
Midnight thế thôi nha anh em ơi.
There, but the style is exactly the same. And PRX, like you say, avoiding that neon, playing into comfort, Jing on the raise, something on the jet.
And while, you know, this was the Jing show for the opening map, something was also looking very steady, a lot more like himself, playing the jet on Breeze. So you've got to anticipate that that is just going to continue to carry over, even though he looks a little discomforted on stage there. I'm not sure what was going on. But, yeah, I mean, you got to feel very confident for PRX coming into this. It's a map that Team Secret had picked twice prior.
Đập nhau đây, cảnh sát ơi, tôi xích lên. Chửi nhau đấy. Chửi nhau nhưng mà chửi nhau bằng donate đấy.
Going into this, so we'll just take it to split.
Yeah, this is this.
Chửi nhau bằng donate đấy.
One of the
Đừng chat. Chửi nhau đi.
So I'll be pretty excited to see this, and this is good signs for something who has been on a little bit of a slump coming into stage 1, like you guys were saying. And we want to see him come alive, and if there is a comfort agent for something, it is definitely the Jet. We're gonna send it over to our casters, Pilski and Quack. What hope does Secret have? Give us some hope.
Well, what I will say is that Sylvan is now onto the Omen, previously on an Astra. Perhaps, maybe, just maybe, this gives him a bit more agency. Either way, though, it definitely does feel as though
hay rồi, bánh nhân ơi.
Already foretold that PRX playing this, picking this map, something's written in the stars.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's looking like a pretty open and shut case, but it's up to Team Secret to kind of disprove that. I actually kind of agree. I like that you do have the Omen swap for Sylvan. I think they were
Zing recorded the highest asset for 2 consecutive weeks.
Backfired for them, so having the Omen allows them to run some more trap plays and get a bit more involved in the early to mid round, and let's see if they're able to do that. They went 3-9
anh Something vẫn dệt đúng không?
the last time that they played split on their defensive half, and it did not look like they were
không bắn cái com đó nữa anh em ạ.
Looking at Berserk to have a better game for himself as well, as this mid fight is ensuing.
Gonna be a 4-man peak.
Đối mềm cứ bắn dẹt thôi.
Oh my goodness, everyone surrounding it. Just a target-rich environment if I've ever seen one. And the first one that draws their pistol, this time it's Team Secret.
Just such a strong play. So underrated on that defensive side to just
break
put
out
the
the
wall
red
up and drop
panties.
it on your
We're
opponent
rich,
with a
baby.
double or a triple
Vodka
ping. It's
đã
very
ném
similar to
10.000
their
đồng cho
Astra
anh Tumi.
consuming her
PRX
star
là
and
đội
then just having a
nào vậy
multiple
anh
peek
em?
behind
Cái
it.
gì
The
đấy à,
other team is
Vodka
not
ơi?
ready for it. And if you plan it well enough, it can completely demoralize the other team, exactly like you've seen there. That's as clean of a win on the pistol as you'd want to be getting for Team Secret. And I think we're going to be looking at a much better defensive half from them this time around.
Đối mềm hay không hả anh em?
In In fact, Berserk's old team, Boom, actually were.
Làm cái gì đó đi something ơi.
Now with the upgraded guns, remember onto the judge. PRX trying to take things a little bit slow as well. Investigate as much as possible. Take the orbs wherever possible.
Yeah, against GE, I mean, Berserk's, I think he was like 0-8 or 0-9 on that defensive side at one point, and I was just begging him to start to dominate on the Cypher. So I'm hoping that he'll have a better game for himself, because at times, especially looking back at Boom Esports and their run, he has been the best player for Boom Esports. Here or there, Kelly's playing around the smokes quite nicely there. Sylvan to back him up, and this is that paranoia. Very good at just shutting the door on the opponents.
Well, one door shuts, another door opens from behind. PRX just cannot reply in this round. Good play by Team Secret.
Jesse Bash did get a sheriff. I don't know if he got his hands on
Break
the
out the
SMG
red
at the end of the round there.
panties.
He did.
We're rich, baby.
Juggling for Team
Nikao
Secret, so
Kovac
they
đã
don't
ném
lose
10.000
anything
đồng cho
versus
em
Eco.
Tony. Tôi tin
Quite nice
TS
going
sẽ
into
làm
their
nên chuyện
bonus
như
round.
Backfor cần bọn tôi đấm vào mồm thấy.
Cảm ơn anh Nikao Kovac ạ. Nhưng mà không được đâu. Không được cái đấy đâu, em cần đi ngủ đấy. Em nói thật với anh Nikao Kovac là bây giờ cho em ngủ 2 ngày em vẫn chưa thấy đủ. Dạo này người em mệt lắm rồi. Khả năng sắp tới là em mà gọi là cô stream tiếp là em điên mất. Anh phải cho em đi ngủ ấy. Lại anh đi cao luôn.
This is already a switch up for Team Secret. They actually had a lot of problems with the contact A when they played GE, and I think the Omen setting them up for a big deep hold with the deep smoke here is a very different defense than what you saw from them when they played GE.
Especially the judge trap on the other side. It's like Crossfires as well. Could potentially re-smoke it. Or at least just to use the screen. Oh, Rimuru, unfortunately, it's an attempt but gets shut down instantly, and then the whole team just trying to launch themselves over.
Hay quá nhở. Sylvan bắn ghê vậy thì liệu có nhưng mà rơi bom à? Rơi cụ nó mất quả bom rồi.
Still wants to be in the mix. Gonna drop the dark cover as the boombot goes forward from Jing. PRX trying to get their hands back on the spike. You see something getting active in Heaven has got a decent timing here.
As long as the Divide doesn't go down willy-nilly. Team Secret just trying to sit on top of that spike as much as possible. But as you mentioned, the slight timing gone by as the teleport goes through and Divide.
Đấy, anh Something ta làm 3 ngay.
So clean. A triple kill for Something.
Anh Something ta làm 3 ngay.
Seen that a lot from Rimuru though so far in this stage of Pacific. Player who is unafraid to slide in and just take a duel, and this is another example where it doesn't go too well for him.
Anh em ơi, tôi xin phép anh em cho tôi tắt đèn đi một xíu nhá. Bởi mắt tôi mỏi quá. Mắt tôi mỏi lắm luôn đấy.
PRX securing the anti-bonus and going into their first gun round. Let's see what they have to say.
One mid, guys. They want me mid, they want me mid. They never trip, I think. Wait, let me hear. They try break mid.
Remontada nào, Team Secret à? Khó anh Đạt ơi. Tôi vẫn ngồi đây thôi anh em ơi, nhưng mà nói chung là kiểu mắt tôi mỏi lắm rồi, tôi muốn tắt đèn đi một xíu.
Is the full cipher setup on this A side of the map. Just the cam spotting things out and a couple of kill trips for Berserks as Team Secret remaining active on the map. Definitely a very different looking defense than their last game of Split, but how many of those trips get broken? Both of them by the paint shells. Very nice stuff.
Hoàng Đu Đu ơi, không chat cái kiểu đấy đâu. Chat kiểu đấy là bị ban 1 năm giống Canzera đấy.
But either way now, this is a free A site. And a full retake being set up by Team Secret.
So how does PRX move in the mid round? It does seem like they're going to re-aggress on ramp side. If that catches Team Secret out, then this could go horribly wrong and the post plant could be played.
Sylvan ở Gen Z của Pacific chưa? Sylvan ở T1 nhé anh em. Còn Pacific thì Sylvan chưa có nha. Ủa, Dinh làm 3. Dinh làm 3 kiểu đéo thì tôi cũng đéo biết nữa.
And everyone that tresses past, box pass, will just unfortunately go down. Kelly, yes, probably has no choice but to bend the knee, look to save. Might not even be able to do that if he's not able to cross. But he'll sit tight inside of spawn.
He's trying to play the exits here. But very clean win from PRX. Bonus into first gun round, nicely navigated. Just Just look at that. I mean, I can't wait to see the replay on that. That looks like a lineup if I've ever seen one. Ching peeking out of aim main. Let's have a look. Up goes the fast lane. Good entry on in for Berserk. Flash goes in.
Ai thấy chỗ Kenzera đấy á? Chả biết.
I mean, that is unlucky, man.
Ui.
Straight through the Viper.
Nó sấy nguyên một hàng dọc luôn mà.
Oh, what the? You feel for Team Secret because they were doing a pretty nice retake there. There was a one-way on the side. Guiding Light went forward. Berserk's found the entry on the player trying to peek on the off angle. They did not deserve for wrecked there, but they were wrecked nonetheless.
Well, either way, next round up, and now you've just got upgraded pistols, a couple of hero rifles here and there. Trips being spotted as well.
It's good from Jing just to drop the boom bot in close range before breaking the trip. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Kelly S spotted on the low ground.
Hang on, Berserks. Kelly S as well. Takes that an invitation to go.
Không phải gì chứ mấy game Riot làm nhiều bông tuyết thật, mấy cái này bên CS bình thường á. Cái nào bông tuyết anh em? Bây giờ anh em người ta sai người ta xử theo luật thì anh em lại kêu là bông tuyết. Đừng nhầm lẫn giữa gọi là đừng đánh trao khái niệm giữa việc bông tuyết và xử lý đúng luật anh em nhá.
Forsaken put in a pretty rough position. Berserk's just exploded on the side with a sheriff in hand. He's having a much better series today.
Từ lúc nào mà phân biệt chủng tộc là bình thường đấy hả anh em? Em nói những cái câu mà không biết là anh em có sử dụng suy nghĩ không vậy?
I can already see them turning around. Double swing as well. Forsaken trying to look for the 1v1s, but it's not there.
Big stuff from Team Secret.
Bây giờ sang nước ngoài không bị mấy cái thằng da trắng nó chửi cho là mấy cái đứa mẹ đầu đen mũi tẹt thì có thích không? Hay là bị chửi là mấy thằng da vàng ăn lông ở lỗ có thích không? Mà kêu là phân biệt chủng tộc là bình thường là bông tuyết. Mẹ nhà trường với cả gia đình dạy dỗ kiểu đéo không biết nữa, lại bố.
On this defensive side, this is looking like a much more competitive game than Breeze.
I'm not. Đi nó subscribe nha.
Secret is looking on this defense, seeing a lot of good adjustments from their previous game.
Anything can always happen in a game of Valorant. PRX trying to work the map a little bit more this time.
Oh, the trip didn't break. The satchel, if you don't let it tick for long enough, it doesn't actually break the trip.
Got to set up. Well, either way, 3-stack from Team Secret now, trying to set up the crossfire. Remove will check. Even with a relay.
Hay quá nhở, có gì cần làm tốt này. Flash đẹp luôn.
Unfortunately, Team Secret, a little bit over eager, will be punished for their greed, and now the A site completely open for business.
It's a little unlucky. I think Sylvan's paranoia did hit, but straight through the paranoia, I think Forsaken finds one from suicide there, and PRX deals with the rest of the players. That's 2 rounds in a row where straight through smoke or through a blind, PRX have found a lot of kills.
See if they can find the remaining ones with Berserks, who's been on a bit of a heater, but now starting to get hunted
luôn.
as well.
3 đều anh em ạ. Bắn công thì chắc là vào nhịp hơi chậm một tí, nhưng mà vào form thì chắc là PRX đẩy nhanh thôi. Map này cũng hơi khó để mà smurf như là map Bree anh em ạ. Tại vì nhiều góc bắn chéo khẩu shotgun nó vẫn khỏe ấy.
You did have the Seekers as well, and then the TP into Heaven. Very, very nicely done. I love the quick TP into Heaven. That's something that Forsaken is so good at. He recognizes what the setups are.
Sao ta đèn tối thui á? Tại mắt mình đang mỏi quá anh em ạ. Bật đèn nó đang đau mắt quá.
He knows that the other players are playing towards middle and B, and that he can take a really, really deep angle.
Ơi, cuối cùng ngày mà chúng ta cùng một thuyền va lại một ai đó rồi. Cảm ơn những người đã ở lại à. Ok nha anh Đạt ơi.
Remuru's like, hey man, put your orb
anh Đạt nói hay quá anh Đạt ơi.
Oh, nicely done for Berserks. That was a high-low between him and Jesse Vash. They were getting caught by the A contacts against Global. This time, deal with it nicely.
Well, PRX just responds, however. It's just so quick. Showstopper into B site. Might not have connected, but now at least close enough. Remuru, however, has also rotated so quick in swift response. The rest of the team.
Tôi thấy NV chấm dứt hợp đồng kênh nhanh quá, thấy hơi cạn tình cạn nghĩa không á? Nói chung thì họ xử lý cũng đúng thôi, cũng chả sai, tại vì nó gọi là xử lý truyền thông ấy anh em. Bây giờ anh em để cho team của anh em đã đang bắn như con cặc rồi, lại còn vướng thêm vụ thằng cu kênh như thế nữa, đúng không? Thì thà anh em làm dứt một phát đau nhưng mà nó đau nhưng mà phải cố mà làm anh em ạ.
And the retake was very streamlined. Trailblazer back through
Kiểu bây giờ thà là anh em mang tiếng cái vụ đấy còn hơn là anh em mang tiếng là chứa chấp một thằng gọi là racism, nhầm racist, xong rồi đủ các kiểu ấy, nó gọi là bị mang tiếng cho tổ chức ấy. Tất nhiên là ok, câu chuyện là thằng em nó có gọi là gọi là gì nhỉ, gọi là có công đưa đội lên tier 1 nhưng mà cũng không có cách xử lý nào là tốt hơn ở trường hợp đấy anh em ạ.
Always lovely to see a bit of resurgence, but PRX tries to pick up the pace on a.
Yeah, it's a retake setup.
Anh em biết nhìn cái vụ của thằng Mason Greenwood ở MU là anh em biết mà. Team có muốn kích deck đâu. Nhưng bây giờ bị truyền thông nó ép thì phải chịu thôi. Không xử lý sớm thì xử lý sai anh em ạ.
Also plenty for Team Secret as well, and Seekers could do a bit to reveal some positioning. You have an idea that some could be closer towards the back of site, some maybe in towards Mirage, and that's exactly what Team Secret are hunting down for alongside the overdrive.
Ghê quá nhờ Rimuru.
Rookie now comes up huge and lights up the
Invi làm 3 vẫn thua kìa.
Sylvan to finish.
Another nice retake from Team Secret. Very patient, baiting out counter utility from PRX, trading down the Trailblazers. And then just coming back in on the
giả sử mình cậy mẹ truyền thông thì hậu quả như nào á? Thì Riot sẽ phải can thiệp rồi. Anh em không chạy khỏi truyền thông được đâu, bởi vì là mục đích của việc anh em làm truyền thông là để ra tiền mà. Không ai chê tiền cả anh em ạ.
No dark cover on Heaven, and you lose maybe the best player in Pacific on the cross. Probably not ideal.
It's just like one of those mental things again for PRX where their worst enemy are themselves. Timeout now called. I'm not sure if they're potentially getting lost in the sauce. But either way, something needs to be corrected. Not the player. God, every time this happens.
Well, you corrected yourself, and that's the main thing. Something's doing alright on the jet here. Got a comfort agent for 2 maps in a row, but yes, I think the levels of lock-in that PRX are needing have not been achieved just yet after how much of a cakewalk Breeze was. And for Team Secret, on the other hand, I think that they've made some great adjustments since their last game of Breeze, and they're looking much more focused. They've shifted the comp a little bit. It's allowed them to be much more active in the early to mid round.
PRX là đội mạnh nhất giải ngân Hà đúng không á? Đúng rồi nha Dương ơi.
A lot more. They're pushing in towards A main. They're not just sitting in passive setups and relying on Astra, Stars and Trips to be able to hold the map. Much better.
Ban hardware nhưng mà thằng ấy cũng chỉ ban 12 tháng thôi mà. Chill thôi.
7 or 0 for 8 against GE on the defensive side is the standout for Team Secret. I mean, this is the complete opposite of their game against Global.
Chung là cái team Envy đấy thì bây giờ cũng no hope mà. Hai anh trẻ con thì một thằng tự hủy, một thằng đang bắn ở SR cũng vô vị. Đang bắn ở Shopify vô vị anh em ạ. Một thằng thì dính đèn đấy.
One step ahead of Jing. That's the first player to go down for the second round in a row.
Sao? Cái map này khẩu súng gắn mạnh điên đấy.
It's Rimuru as a Neon. He's able to kind of somewhat be present all over the place. Quick rotations and quick positioning now as Sylvan swaps to hold over onto the angle. Paranoia contact out and Remove suddenly swaps.
Rimuru bắn bù map trước à?
Vandal. This guy, Chief, needs a weapon and he will pick it up. Something 1v4. How likely is this?
I mean, there's potential. Sylvan quite low, as is Rimuru, but the longer he takes to take one of these tools, the closer the other players. Team Secret outside. They're not even cleaning things up. And it's another round for Team Secret. And post timeout, that's got to be frustrating for the coaching staff of PRX. You lose Ching inside of Vents to start the round off, and then Divide, for what feels like the second or third time this game, walks out A and dies for free. It's, you know, a timeout followed by the exact same things that have been the problem in the last few rounds happening again.
Alas. Yeah, you live by the judge, you die by it also, you know. Sometimes these strats just get
Lỗi cô nha, mình đang hơi đau mắt nên là mình muốn tắt đèn đi xíu cho đỡ mỏi anh em ạ. Anh cho mình cho em hỏi Forest lên tier 1 rồi mà muốn về giải nữ thì có được không á? Giải nữ là giải nào anh em? Tôi nhớ là Valorant làm gì có giải nữ đâu, Valorant chỉ có giải Game Changer thôi.
PRX ripping them in the middle of the map to try to read the setup. The trip will slow them down for the time being, but they're going to go on the front foot nonetheless.
This is what Team Secret wants, though, on an anti-eco round. However, with range, it's going to be in the quarters. And also
anti-eco bú.
Jesse Bash backside takes down two. Remove chiming in. Devi hopping over with a Bucky, but now suddenly into a hairy situation. Just has cover off his pit.
Yeah, wants to keep the pit up. He's going to plant in it. Rimuru and Kellyas changing up the angle of approach. Know that they've got a little bit of space on the left side here to creep into side if they want to without really challenging the pit early on.
Just to try and potentially surround it. Oh, they're going to slide in actually, trying to go for quick
contact.
This time, the younger gun will prevail.
Yeah, much better game from Rimuru this time around. He had a tragedy on the jet over on Breeze. But he has very much picked things up, I think, across the board. Team Secret looking much better on this map. And look, this is yet another clean sweep prediction, much like the Gen G game. It's Team Secret versus PRX. Think I say more Quack at 7-3 in the favor of Team Secret. In fact, I don't think I need to say anything else. Let's have a listen to PRX instead.
Give me water to align properly where we're clearing boys. Yeah. That should be better. Amen. Let's dog this. I mid, let's start. Sky was mid. Nothing there. I think separate this time. Yeah. Guys, I might be a chop. Can you come back? Let me go B. Come. Viper.
Now they see no trips. Oh, quick contact with the Pheromone Flash though.
Yeah, that's nice from PRX. I mean, the Trailblazer went forward and they did indeed bait out the trap. The Paranoia set Rimuru up. PRX doesn't get caught by it, but regardless, they've relinquished control and information over on that A side of the map. It's just Devi left on the lurk while the rest of PRX group up towards B. But if they do head towards B, Berserks will take some pictures of them.
Map 3 xem cho vui á. Thôi, 2 map thôi. Hay là bây giờ mình làm giống như là cuối first up của trận trước không anh em? Là anh em mình sẽ ra giường nằm ra ngồi đợi một lúc con PRX chiến thắng không?
You've still got a relay bot for Rimuru, but Paranoia has already been used earlier on by Sylvan, who will also tuck himself into the back of the site. This is a nice bait setup from Secret. Sylvan could go huge here.
As he sits down towards the back of site. Progression smoke for himself. Oh, looking to enforce and impose.
Anh Something ơi, anh làm cái đéo rồi đây.
Ôi,
đừng map 3.
Just to allow for screen players to arrive. Devi tucked in deep and unfortunately pinned down. 10 seconds remaining, and it's Rimuru who wants blood.
He's running them over. This is phenomenal. Sylvan and Rimuru just hold the site by themselves. Beautiful bunker smoke over on screen side, and it was such a fantastic bait setup. In fact, I think the Neon was meant to be the bait for Sylvan, but it ends up working the other way around. Great trade for Rimuru. Takes Devi's head off as well and dives straight through the orb. He's not interested in waiting for Forsaken to come for them. He's taking
Đừng bảo với tôi là chúng ta sẽ thực sự thấy Secret trở lại ở trên map này, xong rồi ăn luôn PRX ở map sau nhá.
Might have a 9-3 half. PRX tries to pick up the pace now, buys in.
Đừng có nói như thế nhá.
Vandal for Devi, but it almost doesn't matter, does it? Cage up, and even with the trips broken and gone, Berserks goes hunting alongside Vash.
Ôi.
Off the backside, and he just taps and taps up around the pillar as well as he continues to pick it through. Devi.
He was hoping for a post plant. He's like, okay, guys, just get this spike down on B. I'll be there soon.
You good?
Trust me. I'm in the Uber. I'm on my way, guys. Okay?
Là map 3.
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
XX đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Xem map 3 đi.
Xem map 3 đi à. Cảm ơn XX với 10.000 nha.
There could not be more of a
Secret
change up.
mà win map này donate thêm.
They have a terrible defensive side as
Ồ thế.
but you cannot really fault Team Secret for not working on things week to week. This has just been a phenomenal turnaround. Not only map to map, but also, I guess, split to split. You could say.
Halftime.
Yeah, that's what surprises me. It's the fact that this is PRX's map pick and this is what's happening. I mean, I'm not one usually for superstitions, but is this really happening? Like, who's jinxing this right now? Fess up. I mean, NRG, someone, like, what's going on?
Oh man, 333 ACS for Rimuru.
This might be
That's an auspicious number if I've ever seen one.
333? Yeah, why not? The first, I think, series or map that Jing has played that he's not the MVP after the first half.
Wrap it up, it's over. That's the end of their era.
Oh my god, wow. Passionate fans, you love it. But yeah, Team Secret, the adjustment's great. Saw how much Sylvan got activated. PRX is not quite able to deal with that ramp pressure. They tried, you know, fast plays around Garage.
Apparently that guy's shaving his head. Is what I will shave my head if Team Secret wins. Someone said that in the crowd. Okay, a lady in the crowd.
My god. I've done that before. I do not recommend it.
I mean, you looked good with a shaved head. I think she can pull it off as well. Do you have any tips for styling that? Did you like rub? I mean, maybe I should be asking Clinton.
Yeah,
he's got a little bit more experience actually. Yeah.
Cơm C3 cơm gì ngon á? Cơm C3 mấy món kho ngon phết đấy. Thịt kho tàu hoặc là chân giò hầm đều ngon. Cái nào cũng ngon.
So they're feeling very confident they can close this game out and push us to fracture.
Especially they're going fast. Straight into the B site. Nobody's home. Divide somewhere on the balcony, but
Thịt trên xù của cơm C3 ngon phết.
Yeah, he's getting on the front foot here. He's got a little bit of action ahead of him.
Oh my goodness! Pre-fighting Kelly S as well.
Ôi thực sự là nếu không phải thắng hay thua thật nhanh hả anh em?
Yeah, Berserks is waiting in the wings as well. He's got a really nice flank timing here.
There's a bit of smoke for PRX to cover their rear.
Ôi.
Oh my god, look at this onto the
Họ gục ngã.
Vash, Kelly S, everyone bit by bit just starting to all chime in.
Have we got the HUD the right way around? Like, I know that's a glitch that happens sometimes. This is just domination back the other way.
Anh something ơi.
What's going on right now? That was the easiest pistol I've ever seen in my life for Team Secret. Running PRX
PRX mà lại bắn thua tay.
On a map that they have a lot of experience.
Tôi đang ở trong cái vũ trụ nào ấy nhở?
Just getting dubstered.
I mean, they played this exact same thing against Nongshim.
Yeah.
They won that time, but
is Nongshim good, by the way, Quack? Like, is that a team that's good or something?
Yeah, Masters winner.
Ôi, tôi không muốn sang spam kênh Brim cánh cụt đâu.
Masters MVP. He got a bracelet or something like that.
Tôi không muốn sang spam kênh Brim đâu.
I'll get you one after this.
Thanks, Pookie.
All right, well, Team Secret looking to hold on to their weapons. Just a Marshall, something with his own as well. Maybe a bit of a pickup for someone on PRX, going to be Forsaken. That's going to be the go signal for Team Secret over onto the B
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
Killian, em đang phê đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Tumi cũng ăn cơm C3 à. Mình quản lý C3.
Cảm ơn Killian, em đang phê nha.
Vào SC mời Tumi ghé nha.
Ok nha, Killian em đang phê ơi. Em Tumi được cái là cái gì ngon thì em Tumi mới ăn mọi người ạ. Không ngon là không ăn đâu. Cơm C3 Sài Gòn ngon không đấy?
Now with Envy ducked deep inside of Hell, he's still going to swing on through with the Sheriff, but Kelly S and Rimuru just trying to buy more time away. The shots this time. Successful.
Thôi, nếu như mà này, thắng được thì mới comeback đi nhá.
I mean, rifles picked up at the end of
thắng được thì mới comeback đấy.
That's what I was looking at. Big investment from Team Secret going into that round. And they've handed some very nice prizes straight over to PRX, who have won the eco round. That makes me a little nervous for Team Secret. PRX definitely good enough to complete a comeback here on Split and still 2-0 this series, despite all the hard work done. We just saw that happen to Barrel. Just gonna have one very good half and still lose the series 2-0.
Yeah, just don't let it go to 10-6, all right? PRX might take this round, but the next one is where we really want to get involved. Full 5 from Team Secret into Garage.
Yep. Forsaken doesn't get them on the spam, and he's going to stick around as well. He's very much on his lonesome here, and he's going to push the issue into the whole team. 2 for 1 is not too bad, and look at the quick
Có
flush
cần
from
làm đôi.
PRX.
Snake bite.
Rồi là vai làm hai nữa là đẹp đúng không?
Towards the back of sight, not hit by the flashes. Paint shells coming
À, vai chết chay luôn ạ.
Need I say more?
Something.
Break out the red panties. We're rich, baby.
Ramses 666 đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi.
Cảm ơn Ramses 36 nha.
2026 để cả ông già Zesivas vượt thì nể cách chơi của cùng nhau.
Nể luôn đấy. Có ốp rồi. Mình ăn phá lấu Sài Gòn chưa? Mình ăn một lần. Ăn thế cũng được. Nhưng mà hơi ngọt theo khẩu vị. À, để vào Sài Gòn mà những món tôi thích ăn thì thực chất là thật ra đồ ăn trong Sài Gòn cũng không có nhiều món quá gọi là nổi trội đâu. Kiểu mấy món ăn lề đường như kiểu là cơm tấm hay là củ tíu thì không nói rồi nhá. Nhưng ngoài ra thì bảo là đồ ăn trong Nam thì thật ra nếu mà các món miền Tây thì nghe chừng là nhiều món để mình ấn tượng hơn. Bún bò ở trong Nam hay ngoài Bắc ngon hơn đó. Tôi thấy bún bò ở trong Sài Gòn ăn ngon nhưng mà lại ngon theo kiểu khác. Ở Hà Nội tôi cũng ăn nhưng mà kiểu nó không giống một tí nào ấy, nó chả giống nhau tí nào cả.
A bit of pressure initially, but PRX does well to recover. Berserks though, still active.
Không ăn bánh tầm bì chưa? Chưa anh em ạ. Mấy món bánh thì chưa ấy. Các món bánh là món mà tôi kiểu ngại ăn ấy, tại vì ăn tôi hay đi một mình. Mà đi ăn một mình thì kiểu gọi mấy món đấy nó hay bị thừa. Thừa là mình không ăn được, mình tiếc lắm. Thừa hoặc là để nó không nóng nữa, nó không ngon đấy. Kiểu vậy.
Got a paranoia ready for Forsaken as well. I don't see how they're going to make this work unless somebody whiffs on PRX, and they would never do that. Definitely not against Nongshim.
I'm gonna hold my tongue for now. 15 seconds.
Bún bò ngoài Bắc vị như thế nào á? Mô tả sao ta? Ý là mình cũng không biết nữa. Chua cay mặn ngọt đúng như món bún bò thường có rồi.
5 seconds. Team Secret slide overcook in a moment of hesitation. And it's PRX slowly but surely climbing back.
Oh, they've kept it expensive at least, and the spike plant does go down. Berserks holds on to the hero rifle going into the next round, and interestingly, immediately drops it to Rimuru. So even after a tough game on Breeze, they recognize that this guy is heating up. Like within half a second, Berserks dropped that to the Neon and said, bro, take this. Go on, son. Let's see what you can do with it. And I think this is going to be a play we've seen from Team Secret before, where they set up Rimuru to try to find an early entry out.
Ở ngoài Bắc này anh em ra ngoài này ăn thì anh em có mấy món mà anh em nên thử. Đầu tiên là nếu anh em ăn được bún ăn được mắm tôm thì anh em nên ăn thử món chả cá ở ngoài Hà Nội. Chả cá là một. Thứ hai là món món bún bung. Bún bung là một món ngon. Chịu ơi, ai anti chả cá chịu chả cá ngon vãi lìn. Và xôi Hà Nội không khác gì cơm thì kho tàu á. Thật ra thì xôi ở ngoài Bắc từ trước giờ vẫn ăn vậy mà, ăn kèm với cả các món mặn ấy. Có hai loại anh em ạ. Tức là xôi nếu mà anh em ăn buổi trưa buổi chiều thì thường mọi người sẽ ăn xôi thịt. Đấy, là kiểu xôi thịt kho trứng các thứ ấy. Đấy gọi là xôi thịt. Thì mọi người sẽ ăn với xôi trắng. Còn nếu mà ăn bữa sáng thì thường mọi người sẽ ăn xôi nhẹ nhàng hơn. Thường chỉ gọi là mua nắm xôi thì ăn gọi là 10.000 xôi kiểu vậy.
Jing can cancel the plant with the boombot here potentially.
From the shadows, go. Cancel it. Do what Jing did before. Not likely. I'm kidding. It's 10 seconds left, and he makes it a quick drop. Tries to bait out someone into the open. But look at PRX.
Yeah, satchel cancels.
Is this the same PRX that we saw in the pistol?
Đây rồi, comeback rồi, đấy rồi.
No.
Chung là chả cá khi mà ở ngoài Bắc bọn tôi nói chả cá ấy thì không phải là ở ngoài Bắc mà ở Hà Nội. Khi ở Hà Nội mà nói chả cá thì có hai loại chả cá anh em ạ. là đầu tiên là chả cá lá vọng. Chả cá lá vọng thì là thịt cá nướng trên xiên, gọi là chả. Nói chung là thịt nướng thì gọi là chả anh em ạ. Mà cá mà được nướng lên thì là chả cá. Chả cá thì mình hay ăn ở chả cá Phan ở chỗ phố Hồ Xuân Hương thì phải, hay là đấy hỏi Hồ Xuân Hương nhỉ, đấy là Nguyễn Bình Khiêm. Ăn ở chả cá Phan ở Nguyễn Bình Khiêm anh em ạ, đấy ngon mà giá cả hợp lý. Vì ăn thử xôi chả mực chưa? Xôi chả mực ở Hạ Long ăn rồi.
Get activated after a round or two, like they start to get angry. When live hands you lemons, get angry, get mad, demand to see live's manager.
Yeah. Or ask for calamari instead, right?
Hey.
Cái gì xuống nhận hàng á?
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Alright.
That's a
Đây, cho xin số điện thoại với cả giữa ơi, nhắn tin số điện thoại qua Discord cái. Xuống lấy con final mau cái anh em ơi.
Aggression on A main here. PRX looking to disrupt post timeout for Team Secret. But you look at the positioning of Team Secret, like the positions they're playing in right now really feels like they're expecting an A push here. But are they going to be ready for the operator?
potentially not.
Ooh, dodged the guiding light nicely.
Uh-oh, something's gonna go peek.
Đợi tí xuống lấy đồ nhá anh em nhá. Xuống lấy con chuột cái.
Cover Trailblazer though, so not too bad. Gives position to Berserks. Sudden slide from Rimuru, but quick response from something will swiftly evade. Everyone from PRX now starting to move across the board to VIE out through middle. Rimuru, however, dives in. Feet first into hell. Kelly S and Berserks, though, brothers in arms, will look to support. Envy, tucked in back sight, still trying to anchor it down. Wherever he moves, the line moves with him. As he swaps on over, tries to look for range. Will put a dent into Sylvan's armor for now, but the guy is still alive. Jing saves the round from out around elbow and puts PRX up to an 8.
Envy does a very good job holding on from back screens there. That round had layers to it. Could tell that Team Secret was ready for that aggression, but something really was only the bait in that whole setup. You could see both the Sky backside and the Omen playing behind the flower pot is kind of just set up around that Jet. If something finds some success early in the round, then great, but even if he goes down or he goes 1-for-1 or gets pushed out, you've got two agents with flashes ready to punish Team Secret, who are trying to speed up into an operator.
Now the operators turn into an outlaw. Clear counter to the Eco coming up. Seekers, however, from Secret.
They're wrapping A-Heaven back to Male.
Something quickly swaps over to the sidearm. He's got a bit of support with Forsaken close by.
Found one.
Seekers as well will just confirm more information outside in towards ropes and vents.
I mean, Team Secret have run all around the map, but still kind of ended up in middle without much else to work with there. Shot baited out from Rimuru. He's a little bit worse for wear as a result, but Jessivash does have the heal to patch him back up.
This still, however, means that as long as PRX doesn't overextend, doesn't give up, any lead or leeway over to Team Secret, they should still be in control of this round.
Hello on the next flash from Jessivash. Sylvan's got both of his smokes back, and I think that flash timing will be exactly what Secret are looking for to end towards B. They've still got control of Vent for now, but it's a big setup here. Jing's got a rocket. I don't know how you're going to get into B.
I'm also keeping my eye on towards the mid players still. It's going to be fast lane for now. Jing out with the showstopper. Full connection over onto Garage as something arrives back over. A bit more support too as he takes down Berserks. And then just Kelly S. Last player out from Heaven. Will try to do a bit more damage. He's already got the pit. So if you can hold on to the Phantom, that could be better.
I mean, it's not much of a muchness at this point. It's getting a couple of exits and keeping things a little bit more interesting, but Jing will clean him up nonetheless.
Uh-oh.
This is what I was saying. You can have a great defense, but if you get eco'd and just get dominated on your attacking side, and you're still getting 2-0'd here by PRX, they're more than good enough of a team that once they get rolling, they're very hard to stop.
Dude, I blend 3 people again, dude.
I'm back, boys. Vandal.
He's back.
Team Secret come up with in this round. Do have the overdrive and the pit to work with. It's a big drought. Something spotted out over towards B on the operator, but pushed off the line. Team Secret now making some moves towards middle, but look at this mobilization from PRX in the middle of the map.
Reposition.
Taking full information on the A side of the map. But it will be a B pop behind the wall. Pit is there for Kelly S, so I think they just want to set themselves up into a very nice post plant. But if PRX push down middle and deal with Berserks, then they can potentially flank the pit.
They're gonna think twice before making that move, though. It's back over onto B site with Team Secret already spreading all across. Pit has gone up.
How did PRX play around this? Rimuru wanting to get active here. Doesn't have a slide to work with anymore, so he will opt to just take the path of least resistance and buy time playing around the spike inside of the pit. Now Berserk's getting active, but something has marked him.
Just keeping his eye on it. Has to pick the right timing possible. Goes past something. Wants to get involved over onto site. The pit a little bit too hard to break through, even with the Blade Storm. Something, however, still managing to take down around Garage. Berserks now shows himself in B. Has to deal with it. Manages to take him down, but then it's a 2v2 into site where the spike is beginning to go off. Jesse Vash, enough protection.
Yeah, nicely done from Secret. Just a simple, no-nonsense round. Sometimes is best. Both going down with the spike, though. That's gotten very expensive, and they don't really have the money to replace those weapons. Reducing their bonus a little bit, and PRX now have a bit more reset potential on the back end of things. Still defending the pit well, but yeah, I mean, just going for a B pop off the back of the Viper wall and ending in a post plant with the Viper's pit can be a recipe for success. Thought that PRX would play around it a little bit, but not the case.
Run! Malib.
I see them keeping it fun still, but now we've got judges involved. Something begins with an op pick.
Yeah, Rimuru's been doing a lot of jump spotting for Team Secret and be taking a lot of these angles. He's got a great movement on the Neon, but that is just a case of something being a little bit too quick.
Oh boy. Reposition so far. It's a headshot. Wall back up, Jing in the corner. It goes unchecked, even with a flash as well. Something still gets away with threefold. Just Berserk's left into the cage.
I have retrieved.
As he looks to put up a cage fight, unfortunately, the judge will be the one to execute.
The round for PRX. He had a brief moment of reprieve there from Team Secret. Not quite good enough, unfortunately. Losing the Neon in the start of the round there. Great crosshair placement from Something. Great movement in the mid-round, preempting the B finish, which was the exact same case when the wall was placed towards the B side of the map in the last round from Team Secret, so Something all over that. Another timeout, the last one that Secret have on offer here. As mentioned, in round 20, they lost all their guns with the spike detonating, and I said they were a lot more resettable, and in the very next round, they get their money broken about as hard as you could possibly have it broken. Should be an easier 11th for PRX.
Really does push things to a really tense situation. Potential overtime or bust on the cards for Team Secret now. They've made it such a big effort all the way in the first half. Is it really just going to come down to dust in this second?
Seen the exact same thing happen to Varel earlier.
I really hope that's not the theme for today.
Yeah, I mean, the team's on the bottom of the table. How much more punishment can you really endure? You're in stage 1 of Pacific.
There goes the timeout from Coach Robotics. It's Team Secret with a full 5-man approach into A site. Flashes get traded. Something sees all.
Be careful not to lose the operator here, though. Paranoia goes up in towards Heaven. Infi to defend as the next guiding light goes through the smoke, but so far so good. Rifle picked up, and Team Secret will take the A site. But it's still looking okay for PRX for now.
I know exactly.
I got the spike planted real quick. Neural theft even, not bad, but can you withstand the assaults? A weird flight path, but he still gets in either way, unfortunately to his death. Still though, Forsaken is on a rampage. Kilimanjaro as PRX ties up the score.
Well, 11-11. And if you're wishing for Team Secret to be able to get themselves an upset here, or even just a map, I don't think that you're going to be having the happy ending to Split that you were hoping for. It's nice from something. Not over-aggressive. Well aware that if he loses the operator there, then that's going to be a very bad position for PRX to navigate. Just stays alive and plays well for the retake with the rest of the boys.
That was almost the facepalm. Well,
he was ready to slam, but the slam was not necessary.
And something is just going to continue to be omnipresent with his operator. Now over onto mid. Reveals his presence.
He's around. Flash flies straight past his head. Jing one closer to the showstopper as him and Forsaken. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
B main.
Trở lại đây.
Find a decent timing, but with all of PRX on this side of the map. Oh dear. Okay. Be careful, mate.
11 rồi này.
Done it before. This time Jesse Vash is ready and wise to it.
Yeah, B's clear, guys. Don't worry.
Đi sạc điện thoại cái anh em ơi.
Could go into B main Forsaken. It's all clear, bro. Unfortunate.
A as well.
I mean, yeah, they've just been allowed to walk into both sides of the map for free. This is crazy. This is really nice patience from Silver as well. He's just waiting for them to get closer and closer into a position that where the flank over on Heaven can be more of a problem. Something gonna just tuck his butt in the corner.
Very slight paper thin margins. If he's gonna get caught with his op out, the screen gonna provide him some additional cover for the time being.
Rimuru needs to be careful. He just gets caught on the cross here. Nice shot from him. Two-man advantage for Secret. Paranoia further zoning this retake away. What a read from Team Secret.
I think you want to save.
Lợi thế hơn người dành cho Secret.
Oh my God, Jesse Vash.
Và chúng ta sẽ có map 3.
To rip their economy away from them, at least a VIE.
They've got decent money here, but yeah, I think past 2 rifles saved over, this could be bad news for sure. And I don't know that they're going to have an operator going into round 24. The attackers don't opt to pick it up. They're quite happy to play rifles.
Phiêu mày rồi. Xuống gấp cả giữa mặc áo HUST ạ. GG.
And then pivot back over to A with the 2-man lurk.
Yeah.
Mặc quả áo đỏ chịu chết.
Given the way the rounds have gone, I was not expecting this to happen. But once again, PRX seemingly kind of gave it up.
Easy win, boys.
Let's see if that's going to be the case.
Uh-oh. I've seen that look.
That's a bit of a curse coming in from Jesse Vash, but he does have the Seekers to work with, so I back him with the confidence. The problem is the Pit and the Showstopper are ready to go for PRX. Cage is thrown out over onto the A side of the map, and
Long bào à?
Inside of middle.
Chịu. Tôi thấy long bào, những người mặc long bào mà tôi từng gặp trong cuộc đời. Cutter Bowman. Cutter gì Đức? Bằng Cutter.
Wait for PRX to make the first move. It's going to be that Trailblazer first. Cage goes up.
Jing's in the pole position here. With the Showstopper in hand, Forsaken TPing away. He won't be punished on that B main line 2 rounds in a row. Active inside a middle, a minute on the clock. Team Secret really running this down to the wire. Activated on the B side of the map. Trying to read the setup.
Trailblazer. That's a big stun. But then Showstopper out.
Hay quá Dinh ơi. OVT. OVT cho anh. OVT cho anh. OVT cho anh.
Still in position. All for overtime or map 3. Tries to do his darndest, but goes down to Rimuru. Back onto the side though. And it's Ilya something. Petrov out over on top of Raptors. A bit of support out with Forsaken close.
Nào Forsaken, bắn kiểu gì đấy? Hay. Đấy, anh something bắn phải như thế.
Over onto Rimuru's shoulders. He gets the spike planted on B site.
He just left him in the dust. He said, see you later, boys. I'm going to B. Something, Blazestorm active, just wants to get in his face, but does he buy time?
Thôi, đừng có vít.
Swift all his knives.
And then for everyone to swing together at the same time. PRX overtime down to the wire.
Oh man, it's definitely a round that could have gone the way of Team Secret, but they put all the eggs in the basket of flushing VIE out of the pit, and he was far too slippery. Seekers and a Trailblazer thrown at the man, and they still couldn't dig him out of there.
Dinh lần này ulti có mạng rồi này. Không tên lửa như mọi khi nữa anh em ạ. Như thế thôi.
Ran himself a marathon over to B, but couldn't complete the 1-on-3.
Trường Anh tôi học bên Úc tên gì vậy á? William Blue College of Management em ơi.
Something about this matchup never fails to deliver. As PRX go back over onto the attack, a side on which they kind of struggled.
See how they go this time around. You get the progression smoke over towards ropes there. PRX.
Mặt anh đâu á? Mặt anh vẫn ở đây mà, nhưng mà anh đang mỏi mắt quá. Tí nữa ở phiên livestream trận VCT NBA mình làm một chút gọi là unbox chuột Ultralight X Vrot Lot đến từ thương hiệu Final Mount nha anh em ơi. Chúng ta quay cái đoạn gọi là in và trôi cho con chuột Final Mount luôn. Sao something chết mẹ rồi.
No escape route. Just stuck around this little crossing.
Kalias needs to not do too much there. Doesn't overextend into Jing. Something's already gone down, so this is already an advantage for Team Secret. Still with 3 players over on this A side of the map. It's looking good for them, but it could still.
Này thấy anh Thạch up bên kênh lấy lá thì Thạch cho mình mượn mà. Cả giữa cho mình mượn anh em ơi. Làm một chút gọi là unbox nha. Tôi có gọi là biết hình ảnh của con chuột này rồi, làm một chút gọi là unbox nha anh em. Hỏng rồi. Mất rao OT rồi anh em ơi. Vừa lo lẹt luôn ạ. Khả năng là cá giữa chuẩn bị tặng mình con chuột này rồi, nên là mình cảm ơn trước nha cá giữa ơi. Thế tôi mình cảm ơn cá giữa trước nha.
And I love that Secret are active enough on the other parts of the map to take space as well. Like Jesse Bash and Berserk, we were criticizing them on their defense for just being far too passive against GE. But they're pushing and taking info in the solo positions. I absolutely love it.
Back onto the attack for Team Secret now, though. And they're suddenly looking to death ball up into A site. PRX with 3 around middle.
Maybe all on his lonesome here. Just looking for a pick on the cross, spamming away on the Phantom, but not given.
Tumi quen midfit à? Sớm muộn phải quen thôi anh em ạ, cùng team.
But where do they make their next move? Looks like maybe a re-aggress on ramp side here, perhaps in the mid round.
The trip wasn't quite cleared by the boombot. PRX is in an all-in or nothing play out towards screens. Then Jing has already stepped forward into sight. 2 getting taken down with Envy for support. Something has his eyes trained towards the top of ramps, and he quickly finds a duo. Just Sylvan left as he steps across, trying to right the wrongs, but unfortunately the wrongs are all that we will see on screen. PRX will extend this overtime.
Yeah, really nice retake on the defense there. Dealt with Rimuru, who was being set up by the Sky utility over on screen side. Neon doesn't find any success. Jesse Vash.
Ghim tin nhắn rồi anh em nhá. Ghim tin nhắn sẵn rồi anh em ạ.
And the wrap around on ramp side dealt with nicely.
Ghim tin nhắn sẵn rồi.
Players on the front foot don't have any impact and don't find.
Tí nữa chỉ việc copy và gửi.
The late wrap into heaven is going to be something that's very easy for the defense to deal with.
There was some kind of a call there.
Bom bên game này mấy giây thì nổ á? 40 giây cay ơi.
So, PRX trying to set something up for this round to start things off with Trailblazer.
Well, I think he said, maybe listen to me, I'm throwing a one-man fake on A. Unfortunately,
cố lên nào PRX ơi, chiến thắng một round bên công đi nhờ. Bắn thủ tốt như thế rồi.
They'll make their way back to middle. Oh, another Paranoia and Guiding Light.
But that's now Garage being taken. PRX now then looking to regroup, congregate towards.
Nhớ này anh em kênh chat này, 1k4 anh em ở đây. Nếu PRX mà có để lỡ thua map này nhá, tất cả anh em copy dòng tin nhắn tôi đã ghim sang chỉ chat đúng một lần ở kênh Brim và sủi luôn, được chưa? Tôi sẽ ở đây xem reaction. Còn anh em là người vào, mỗi người đâm một nhát xong chạy luôn nhá. Nhớ là chỉ một lần rồi chạy luôn. Một lần nữa đấy. Gỡ cả thì hết 7 giây anh em nhá.
Looking to explore around a little bit. They do it as a duo, and they will take down Sylvan this time. Makes it a little bit tougher on the retake, but Berserks brings things back.
Devi inside Mail, though. Needs to deliver at close range. Something under pressure on the site.
Quick awareness to check as well. It's going to be Paranoia that perhaps emboldens the team to go peeking, and it works out well. Forsaken. Quick with the snap. Just Berserks left, and his position has already been noted. Drops down, quick and clear. And PRX move up to a 14th.
Yeah, series point here for PRX. I mean, this is just quintessential resilience from these guys. We're down 3-9 at the half. Lost second half pistol. For most teams, that's going to be a death sentence. But PRX, the best of the best, just truly an elite team. Not only in
đây rồi, phù phép ngay lập tức. Không được cắn là tốt anh em ạ, để mình còn nghỉ ngơi.
2-0 this series now. Should be a bitter defeat for a Team Secret that felt like they could have at least taken a map here.
Khả năng là đến đây thôi các chồng ơi. Khả năng là đến đây thôi.
Range of locking playoffs, depending on how some other games go. So they definitely do want this. Onto a side which they have done pretty darn well so far. It's 3 players once again positioned towards A.
It's a bait setup around Jing. He's in a position to succeed here as the cages go up. Something looking to try to pick somebody on the cross.
Bạn yếu tốt.
Quick in with Rimuru initially. Will get out of dodge into sight. But there goes Jing. No gun down. Instead, who unfortunately will quick.
2v3 easy đúng không?
I'm surprised he even gets one there. I don't think it got cleaned out well
Đừng
enough.
mắc ba.
Yes, though, off the back of the spike plant. Deploys the pit here. And that's going to complicate things for PRX now. Yes, they do have a Paranoia. But that's about all they have to try to clear out this pit.
Team Secret elects to play all around inside the pit. Lure PRX in just outside of Death's door. Quick response. It's a Vandal against a Phantom.
Yeah, Trace is way too good there. In the favor of Kelly S, and the pit gets dropped onto Vi. 4K for Kelly S, ever reliable. Doesn't matter what agent you put this man on, he is good for a multi-frag.
Mai Pacific có trận nào á?
Viper just in this stage alone. Then you go back even further. This guy's playing Deadlock, Breach on GE. Like this guy, you can really put him on anything. It's the ultimate Filipino flex player. Love to see it.
Cắn trộm được chưa? Chưa. Mới là hòa đó mà anh em.
Timeout now from Robotics. Does Team Secret have what it takes?
See what they come up with on the defense. They've been very active in these early to mid rounds, and I think that's something that PRX will definitely be considering. So I've been praising them for how aggressive they've been on the defense, but at this point, especially if you take a timeout and you give PRX's coaching staff a word in here, they're going to recognize that tendency and start to play around it a little bit. So although this whole series I've been like, yes, compared to the GE series, they've been so much more aggressive, they've been taking initiative. This is a round where
hai cả FNS
or they, you know, play a judge in a close position and just trust a really dirty setup.
1k4 anh em ơi, anh em cho mình xin một like nha mọi người, thank you mọi người nhiều ạ.
I'm expecting them to kind of slow this round down a little bit and see if Team Secret are going to aggress on them a bit more.
Mai có DFM Zeta chắc có skip anh em nhá. Mai xem trận 1 của Vũ PRX. Trận 2 skip anh em ạ. Trận 2 khả năng cao bắn Valorant cho mát.
Much more defensive approach.
I like this setup for Secret though. You know, you've got the Sky and the Neon being active over on the A side of the map with the trips behind it. You're kind of luring PRX maybe into a false sense of security. It is over towards middle where Devi is looking to take some space and he might just die for free here.
Down he goes. Envy makes it somewhat even, not really, because Rimuru finds the exchange as well. PRX then just a caressing, trying to explode over onto the B side, but it's now just the 2 duelists remaining.
Now Jing now, one off of a paint shells and a showstopper. If he can just find 1 kill here in this post plant, it's going to be big for PRX.
Trailblazer doesn't really spot out too
much.
Jing is hungry for the hunt. Close contact though, and Rimuru dodges! Quick movement over the site, something unable to respond. Team Secret now onto series point.
Yeah, still very good on the defense. And they'll once again recover. Love to see that from Rimuru. I think he would have been drawing skulls after Breeze, but he's feeling a little bit more optimistic now. PRX going for something a little bit cheeky. Thought that was a bit of a fake orb inside the middle, but indeed Team Secret were playing around it. And I think that's off the back of seeing the Neon and the Sky are over towards the A side of the map early on. They might have thought that it couldn't be a 1-3-1 perhaps. But they were wrong.
See how wrong they could potentially be. Ooh, starting
Hai Envy ơi. Ui Envy bắn kìa. Lại OT tiếp.
Let's go another OT.
Lại OT tiếp anh em ạ.
Smoke's up now. I mean, what's the response gonna be? You try to play around it, look for more players.
Em Tumi sẽ khóc mất anh em ơi. Đừng thua.
Hãy
thắng đi PRX cho tao được. Có thời gian chuẩn bị buổi livestream tối nay.
How do you want to take the fight?
I mean, Kelly's being allowed to walk up pretty close here. No. Hold on, he's got the spike, and that's going to be another big deploy. Jesse Bash taking a chunk out of the box, dealing with Jing. Something's got the kill on the flank, but this is a winnable 1-on-2 with the pit down now.
Does something have no shorty?
Oh, that is cheeky. He's got into screens here.
Oh,
he's so ready for it. He's seen that pit before. He's like, I know that one. He watched it wrap into screens, and he just posted up.
Wow.
That was so winnable for Kelly, though. You saw that 2-on-4 coming together for sure.
What is it about this map? But hell yeah, Kavai.
Something is just. He's nervously smiling. He's like, oh god.
Yeah. I mean, PRX just playing last week against Gen G. There were multiple situations in which, when they were playing against the back foot, you started to see them sweat. And Forsaken tucks himself into the corner on Tree, like things that you never would have seen them do. It almost felt like that was gonna be it, but VIE was there to deliver a bit of a.
Envy gánh ác mà.
That's rough from Kelly. Yes, I think he pops his orb up like a second too late there. Didn't think that VIE.
Envy with something gánh ác anh em ạ.
Towards Heaven side.
Okay.
All right. Timeout for PRX in response. Got a lot of activity from Alex in the coaching booth there. Let's see what he comes up with now on this attacking side for PRX. Again, as we've mentioned, we've seen a lot of activity in the mid-rounds for Secret. They've constantly been changing up their setups. You've seen them push all the way out B to attack.
Quả bắt kính góc là tia 200 thì đập không sao á. Không anh em ơi, đang dùng quân hack rồi. Đang dùng quân hack rồi nên là đập thì có sao đấy. Tôi sót lắm anh em ơi. Giờ còn muốn dùng pad vải sau không anh á? Thật ra thì chắc là tí nữa tôi sẽ phải dùng pad vải anh em ạ. Tí nữa review tôi sẽ phải dùng pad vải. Tại vì con final mau mà giữa cho mượn thì đang dùng feed stock. Mình không muốn làm xước feed của cả giữa. Nên là chắc là sẽ dùng pad vải anh em ạ.
The paint shells makes it very clear what PRX's intentions are, but it is just.
Về cơ bản thì bây giờ mình không muốn dùng pad vải nữa rồi, dùng pad kính đang sướng.
Yeah, especially with the screen blocking off the flash as well. At least Jing has managed to avoid it. Something quick in with a response in kind, but look at the spams as well from Kelly. Yes, Jing, he's made it all the way past.
Yeah, it's got some space there, but look, Team Secret in hot
pursuit,
just speeding things up right behind them.
PRX trying to shake them off their tail.
Lý do nên dùng pad kính là gì vậy anh? Bền và gần như là không bao giờ hỏng. Xong. Envy clutch 1v2.
And he looks to take aim duels out towards Heaven, not quite able to bring forth the 1v1 back in towards elbow where no collateral either. Team Secret now fanning all across.
Lại thua trước ạ.
Placement thrown off with Jesse Bash onto a crouch.
Xin chúng mày đấy PRX ơi. Sao phòng anh tối thế á? Tại vì mình đang bị đau mắt anh em ạ. Bật đèn lên chói á. Mình mỏi mắt quá mình mới tắt đi ấy. Xin phép anh em từ trước rồi.
You've seen the late retake setups where they paranoia down ramp and wrap in from main side, and that time they allow PRX to come up into that ramp space and then retake from vents and Heaven.
Just masterful round-to-round adjustments. Now as PRX step back over onto the defense. Ooh!
Hay này.
I mean, Envy is just
Đấy giờ Envy có thằng mình spam tốt đấy nhở?
Every defensive round, he takes at least one player down on that same angle. Over on the other side of the map, something's got all of the B main control and the space.
He pushed all the way through before. I wonder how much stake Team Secret puts into it. They will
Hay
still
quá
try
Dinh
to
ơi.
break past this crossing, however.
Tốt. Envy lại làm 4.
Envy who comes up with the kill-tacular.
Envy bắn kinh vãi cứt ạ.
It's Groundhog Day for Team Secret. They tried to go back to A. Envy said, I told you last time, guys, don't come back here. Made myself very clear. It's a multi-OT thriller.
Oh, they tried to trade it too.
Of course they did.
Okay. Fire it up, you love it.
Envy 34 mạng mẹ rồi.
Let's be honest.
What is this?
Well, there's quite nice textures on this map. I don't know if you've taken the time to really appreciate them sometimes, Quack. Sometimes you just want to take a moment to, you know, big ups to map designers. Yeah, that's a nice door. That's a nice B fake. That's a nice trailblazer into middle for Team Secret to confirm that nobody from PRX is there. Now they're going back to A to meet up with DeVi. Maybe. I don't know if they're decided yet, you know?
Vừa định làm cái gì nhở?
Hearing anything from Secret yet, you might be in
Chiến
for
thuật gì
a
ấy?
huge surprise as DeVi holds the
Hay.
angle well.
Bắn hay đúng round này được này.
As well, but it's a double
Nó đổi được
swing.
thêm một mạng nữa.
Over on the other side of the map, Trailblazer in towards A Heaven, and all information has been deprived from Team Secret for
quay lại
now,
B.
but it's the pivot back to the B side of the map. And Envy will join them. The thing is that Jesse Vash is jiggling that info line, and he's not seeing anything A main.
B có info đéo đâu, chiếm hiểu gì?
You should be getting quite sus as Team Secret here. They're going to go and re-clear A main.
Ảo thật đấy.
But they're still
Thế mà cũng
very
được.
far out of position. This is getting a little concerning.
Chịu.
An imposter in our midst, and it's Envy. Jesse Vash has caught onto it, but still the spike goes down on B regardless.
Nào, cố gắng lên nào. Chiến thắng round này đi.
Nice open plat for PRX.
Chiến thắng round này lấy cơ sở round sau đẹp luôn anh em ạ. Bắn thủ Envy làm 5 là đẹp.
And paint shells should help. There's another smoke onto Heaven side, and Forsaken's going to play up close.
Envy late lurk? Question mark? It's going to be Forsaken to see how well he can hold down onto this. Quick trade. Sylvan pushes through with a flash. Forsaken.
Hai something.
Just trying to hold
Hai
down on the
something.
side. It's something.
Tốt.
Oh!
Đây rồi, 27 mạng.
Envy not even needed. PRX takes the lead.
Anh something từ đấy.
First point again. And Secret losing around on the defense for the first time in a while. The defense was definitely the rock solid of the two halves. And I swear to God, Quack, if I see 5 people outside A again and Envy on A ramp, you know what we're in for.
Nah, look at the mini map, man.
I think they've learned their lesson. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Cố lên nào, PRX ơi.
Tricky around it as well, potentially. Berserk's. Oh no, actually, it's back towards mid.
Bắn thay vần đà vai đi nào anh em ơi.
Straight up into middle, guiding light plus Rumuru just diving up Heaven with the judge in hand. DeVi under pressure, but a paranoia will keep him alive for now.
Oh no, he steps out into the open. At least Forsaken makes it even. Something puts up
Something
a good
ơi, sao lại lướt vào
wall
mặt nó?
outside of Garage, and this might be it. Jesse Vash out towards Heaven, low HP. With the swing as well, will take down Forsaken. Envy and Jing.
Yeah, Jesse Vash has actually kind of slipped the net here. He might just walk to A, which is kind of crazy. The Trailblazers going looking for him. They know that he was in that part of the map. Kelly has not spotted out by the Trailblazer. He's once again one off the pit, but Jesse Vash is barely clinging to life. They get an open plant. Kelly S is playing this one very slowly. I'm getting quite concerned. 10 seconds from the next guiding light.
He's so far off, he's not seeing anyone outside of stairs. Could be late to the lurk. Jing with the kill picked up now. It's going to be quick sprint over onto the defuse. They tap onto it, get it at least half. It's Kelly S now as he arrives out from heaven.
Hay!
Sticking, he's not
Hay! Hay! Hay Envy ơi!
Every bullet has a billet, and this one,
Không phải đi va mà rim rồi.
Secret's name written on the side.
I mean, that stick at the end is just insult to injury. Envy really driving the point home right at the end of the series. chucked on the bench of a team that he has carried for year on year on year, and now he finally gets his revenge over his old roster. PRX pushed very, very close down to the wire there on split. I think Secret were well and truly good enough to win it. And that's where you get the resilience and the clutch factor back for a PRX that is getting very close to locking playoffs at this point.
Kết thúc rồi anh em ơi. Thật sự là trận đấu này nó đã kết thúc. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều vì đã theo dõi cái trận đấu này cùng với tôi. Không thể tin được nếu không có anh em tôi sẽ không vượt qua được trận đấu này mất.
They're going to take a foul. Bit of a slip up against Genchi.
Cảm ơn anh Something, cảm ơn Invi.
Look, it got definitely close on the second map there. A couple of little, hard stopping moments for a PRX who's having some trouble.
Đây, chia sẻ với anh em luôn là vừa mới được cá giữa he gửi ngay cho mình một chiếc hộp Final Mouse Fraud Lot. Không biết là số bao nhiêu, mình không nhớ series, không biết series. Tí nữa sẽ unbox con này nha anh em. Đấy. Tí nữa sẽ unbox con này. Còn bây giờ thì chắc là cảm ơn anh em vì đã theo dõi livestream thôi, và hẹn gặp lại anh em vào 9h30. Chúng ta sẽ gặp lại nhau để cùng theo dõi VCT EMEA nha anh em ơi. Bye bye anh em.